I'm going to go 10th level wizard.
And I'm going to keep going monk.
So I think that'll put you guys at a D6 for wizard, D8 for monk, and a D10 for fighter. You guys can roll your hit points.
I think I rolled average the last 3 rounds, the last 3 levels. Good one for Brannick.
So I think that should put Brannick at 43 rolled hit points. I think that will put Fenn at 61 rolled hit points, and Faye at 71 rolled hit points.
42, I think, for me. That was at 37, so.
Oh, didn't you roll a 6 there? Oh, okay, my bad. You rolled a 5. I got you, yeah, 42.
Oh, shoot. I forgot she gets another spell. So you know what?
Would Ben or Mistress Faye like to recap what we did last week?
I can give it a shot. So last week, we went over to the observatory. Upon getting over there, we took some time to climb up the side of it until we can get into the roof. The reason we climbed up the side is because when we searched around it, we couldn't find a way inside. Other than the one, but we got pretty much chased out because when we opened the door, there was a creature there drawing their sword. So instead of engaging them, we just left. When we got to the top of the observatory, we went into the roof, and there was like a weird looking creature. It looked like a frog. Honestly, it looked like a frog standing on 2 legs. And there was green. There was also another giant blue creature in there, along with those, along with the other, like 2 spellcasters and 2, 3, for like 4 swordsmen in there, telling us that telling us we basically need to leave. We engaged in combat for a bit before receiving receiving information on the one of the phases or steps from them. I have it written here. I can't pull it up right now, so I'll say it in a second. But after receiving that step from them, we kind of, and doing a little bit of combat, we did get out of there, climb back down the slope, and proceeded over to the arbitorium, because the step for this one said we needed to hold a wand of Eldritch. I can't remember the name of the wood right now.
It was the elder tree.
Yeah, Eldritch tree over our hearts. So we went over there we crossed through, went over to get the wand. And when we tried to get the wand, he was asking, the tree was asking what our intention was with the wand, if we intended to do harm with Elkar's chaos or if we intended to do good. And tried to get the pull off on the fingers to get the wand. And fear was the dragon sport. When the dragon sport was cast, it feared them all. So some of the trees were running and retreating. We did set the trees on fire. With the
Is that everyone?
Say what now?
I still heard you.
Oh.
You might have lost Rashad.
Yeah, I can hear you, Rashad. Don might be having issues.
Okay. So
Wait, hold up, Rashad. The last thing he said was still, did I lose everyone? So let's make sure that he's still there.
okay.
Yeah, I'm here. So I don't know what happened.
All right, word. My bad. Continue, please.
So set the trees on fire. The grandfather tree actually retreated with Fenn on him, trying to get the piece of wood. When Fenn was able to get it, he did flee. And trying to think, did we do anything else? Because we got the wand, got the end up destroying the trees. I think that's where we left off after fleeing. Yeah, I believe that's where we left off. We started fleeing from them. I'm not sure if we got back to safety and ended there for the day or what.
Do you have anything else to add from Fenn's perspective?
Yeah, I think you guys cut out a little after the me trying to get the wand, but going back to the observatory, the frog-like creature who was looking through the telescope was oblivious to us, and then he and I had, he talked to me telepathically, and that's when he told me that I needed to get the wand from the elder tree and the arboretum, and I think Fenn was the one who was attempting to reach out to the life force of the elder tree before trying to take the branch when he could tell that it was awakening, and not only it, but the other trees in the grove as well. And there was a malevolence.
Excellent. So I have a slightly more updated look at the map of Yithrin here presented for you all. It's fully filled in at this point. You guys have gone through most of Yithrin. We are picking up on, I think it is the 26th day of Kithorn. You guys have the Eldritch Wand. Technically, you're still inside of the Arboretum, but it is more or less kind of back to you guys what you would like to do. Theoretically, you need to find where Everest is and get the final 2 clues from her. I think one of the things that you kind of, maybe it was actually last week or the week before last, and not necessarily last week. But one thing to consider is that you all have spotted the signs of the blizzard, the cold. Oral is up inside of the spire towards the peak, looking down on the city of Yithrin. But we're kind of picking up with you all in the city, and kind of as normal, I'm going to leave it to you guys for the present to determine what you would like to do next. You have 6 of these clues. Technically, if you didn't want to go back towards Everest, you guys would need to get a trophy from the Chain Lightning Stadium, as well as explore the Abjuration Tower near the Chain Lightning Stadium to get those last 2 clues.
If someone, they would say if if another person already has the clues for us, we could find them, but we're not sure where they're at the current moment, other than where y'all left the last. Um, Otherwise, did she give either of you a way to communicate with her?
And would look up to the top of the spire tower and say to Brannick and Mistress Fay, looks like we're not quite done with that frigid bitch yet. Um, look to the skies for the gargoyles. Usually they were hovering around where she was, so we could head towards the Chain Lightning Stadium or the Abjuration Tower and keep our eyes peeled, see if we see anything.
If you all were just moving and immediately like making way, you certainly can do so. If you would like, you can basically pass through that area where you all were recently, or when you first came here, between the jail and those tubes that actually enter towards the spire, and go directly towards those two things. If you stay out of the more like traditional living quarters and kind of go around, you can certainly do that as well. Let me get perception checks from everyone while you guys contemplate. What is your route from the Arboretum towards like those three kind of points? Oh, and Brennick, I never rolled the your premonition dice. I can never remember what they're called, but you can
Yep,
roll
the
those
Fortin
d20.
dice. Those are those 2d20, so 2 7s.
Oh, right. Can I get a perception from the other two of you? Yeah, so wouldn't take long for Fenn just kind of like glancing around to spot the Raven is indeed nearby you all. Um, and if you wanted to contact Everest, you need only talk to the Raven at this point. I think all of you have your, I guess technically maybe Mistress Fay does not have like a method of telekinesis, but you guys also killed Valine and took hers back, so you could give Mistress Fay that whichever one was on Valine at the time. But you could telepathically communicate with the Raven, or you could just yell out to it if you wanted to. But what kind of thoughts do you have when you spot the Raven, Ven?
Then we'll actually cast a spell. And I will try to reach out and speak to Avarice. Oh, it's got to be within 30 feet of me. Okay, the Raven, who I'm assuming is an avatar of Avarice.
It's a little bit different. So when you connect with the Raven, at some point when it kind of like flies closer, maybe kind of recognizing you guys coming out of the Arboretum, when you do get close enough that you can reach out with detect thoughts, the first thing that you kind of pick up is certainly kind of this almost overall command. This thing's surface thoughts are to follow you. To delve deeper is something that you can certainly do. I thought you guys actually had the ability to speak with these things. Why do I keep forgetting this? Was Detect Thoughts just something yours does extra?
No, it's from the helm with telepathy. I can cast it at will.
That's so weird. But yeah, I think it works going forward, kind of like speaking with these things. Probably not weird to you, maybe a little bit more recollective of sort of entering into the meditative states. You very quickly will realize, though, that this raven is not simply a raven. This is a fey creature that is bound to avarice. And while it serves her, this is going to be one of those things. You guys are late in this campaign, but when you rock out familiars in my campaigns, familiars don't have to like you. And this is a familiar that does not serve its master because it likes her. This is a creature that is forced into servitude. And it's one of those things where avarice is often using it in ways that are demeaning to a fey spirit. This is not something that is simply a raven. It takes the form while here, but you can basically tell this is like a mirthful, childlike being that is bound into this world, and every moment here is a moment of suffering.
The Dresden Files.
Yeah, I don't think Find Familiar is a nice spell. It is a very evil spell, I would generally say.
Yeah, locking someone in a prison to do your bidding is...
Let alone that people then basically send it forward to get itself killed. Means nothing.
SDs.
But you can gain contact with it, kind of like start to feel. If you prod deeper into its mind, there's certainly other things that you can access. But there will basically be a point where it's going to fly close enough to you all. If you're still moving, it will probably land on someone's shoulder. Fenn would be a perfect candidate for this, where it lands on your shoulder, and after a few minutes, or after a few moments, you'll start to hear the voice of avarice coming from the raven as it speaks to you. Have you finished your search? Do you have the final? Do you have the final step of the arcane octad? Are we ready to proceed?
We are walking towards the Abjuration Tower now. And throwing it back to the party, or did anyone? Do we still need the trophy from the chain lightning thing?
I think only if we were going to try to get the step without, because that's one of the ones I think that Avarice has that we don't. So if we're planning to, I think Divination was the only one that neither we or Avarice had. So I think she has, if I have my steps right, she has the first and the third step, and we have the other, or no, the.
I might have simply got them confused, but Divination Tower had the first step. So technically she has the third and the fifth step.
Oh,
and those are from Abjuration and Evocation. But in the long run, it's kind of moot which steps you guys have. She has the last two.
Right, but if we want to cut her out, we still have to do the other two.
Precisely.
Okay, so there's that.
If you are prepared, we do not need to meet at the Abjuration Tower. We can investigate the Mythaler underneath the spire if you so desired. Otherwise, the entry is actually close to where you are now, next to the jail. We need to enter that long arm that extends into the spire.
I guess so. Fenn would reach out telepathically to Brannick. Hopefully, she's not casting detect thoughts. And likewise to Mistress Faye to say, this is the point we need to decide whether we're going to trust her or not. And if not, we can maybe feign interest academically while we're still here to want to figure out the remaining two pieces as a means of deception. What are your thoughts?
While you guys consider that, let me ask you this. Do you have any thought on maybe asking this prior to bringing the Raven close to you? Would you have maybe said this prior to getting her attention in the first place? Or does it make you feel safer having her attention to then do it afterwards?
I would say I would have felt safer doing it beforehand.
Right,
which is why I asked.
Assume at present you're doing this prior to like getting the Raven's attention, maybe still within the Arboretum.
Yeah, as we're leaving the Arboretum and saying, we're walking as the fire is burning behind us, action style, we would be like, we need to decide what we're doing because we're either finished and going into the tower or we have to figure the final two steps out ourselves.
They will put forward that if we are going to are going to go ahead and turn on her, she would suggest that we actually get into the spire first before dealing with her, just in case she decides to not actually tell us the actual way to get in or whatnot.
And we still don't know what the staff is or why she wants it, but it ain't good.
If I can bring up though from Mistress Faye, I don't think Fenn is offering to share the divination tower's information with her. He's trying to say, should we go about our business and cut her out before she gains access to the tower? Because that's a third option for you guys. You can go meet up with her and move forward. You can go meet up with her, enter the tower, and then betray her. Or you could go move forward. I forgot which was the third one was. But there's kind of three options there.
Given Oral's return, I worry we may not have enough time to recover the last two ourselves, to speak nothing of the difficulties in and of itself of recovering them. I would never say we should trust her, but perhaps we can use her, and when the time comes, once we see what this staff is.
She told you guys the trick. My bad, Brannick. She told you guys the trick of the abjugation tower. You guys remember what she told you guards it?
Yes, she said. I think she called it a keeper. Object capable of destroying powerful magical creations. I think that's what I have in my notes.
Okay, my bad. Maybe I didn't actually give you all the information that I thought she did.
Yeah, I don't remember getting the information about what the actual keeper was, what's actually guarding the abdication tower.
My bad. That was a different psych out then.
But anyway, yeah. So Brannick is the longer we take to try and find it on our own, the more chance we run into Oral again. And given how things went the last time, he's more for going to the tower, kind of temporarily kind of uniting with Avarice, and then see how things go from there. But he certainly doesn't trust Avarice, and he's sure that she doesn't trust them. So it's kind of definitely a marriage of convenience here.
So where does everybody sit? Do you enter the tower with Avarice? Are you trying to pull back on what you originally were offering? What are the thoughts? What is the decision?
I think we're temporary alliances with Avarice, but everybody watch your back, protect your neck.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Faye does not want to try to continue searching for the other ones if we can get both of them from her.
Yeah, so Brannick will suggest I guess at that point is when Fenn would kind of get in touch with the Raven and all that.
Maybe prior to this, perhaps Breath is ready to kind of share. It's always good to keep a thief close, because you know someone who will stab you in your back will try to stab you in your back. If you forget where they are, you do not know where they will swing from. If she will betray us, we know this, and she cannot betray us. And just for everybody who's not Justin, that is his sidekick, the little thief. So you guys have at least a little bit of an understanding. One of the best places to keep somebody who you don't trust is right next to you, because you can watch over them and you know not to trust them. So you can continue forward with Avarice at present, calling out to the Raven in the same way, calling out to her to basically say, we're coming towards the towers, and she'll basically kind of give you those instructions that you don't need to go that far, that you are essentially going towards these tubes, this side attachment to the spire itself that goes up this wall, and that she will be there presently. I think over the next, it'll probably be about maybe a minute or two of you guys waiting at those points before you see one gargoyle kind of landing on a building a little bit to the south, kind of overlooking you all, and then another gargoyle kind of landing nearby to the east on a little shorter building that's kind of looking towards one of these entry tubes into that side spire. And within a few moments of those gargoyles being visible to you, you would then see the actual floating white tiefling just kind of gliding through the air as she's coming down closer and closer to the ground and where you all are, before just kind of very seamlessly her last few steps through the air. It almost looks like she's stepping down a little staircase before she steps onto just a little bit of the actual ground, and then her next footing you kind of see a little bit more pressure, and she stands beside you right next to that entry, and she looks to you all, and You have the last of the Arcane Octet. The first step is to
Brannick will nod to Fenn. I didn't get the exact. I know we need the wand, but I wasn't sure exactly what we need to do with it. I missed that from the recap.
We have to pass it over our heart.
who would like to be the first to go through this process?
Faith that she'll go through the process first.
So I think at present, Fenn would have the broken off like part of the nether oak. You can do Faye, and Faye can hold it over her heart. And second,
Perhaps you should tell us the third before we share the second. Let's put all our cards on the table, as it were.
I think our cards are sufficiently on the table. If you would like to go through the Arcane Octet, begin. If not, we need not have this discussion. My steps are guaranteed. I gave you my promise. And I gave you my guarantee as well as if you were already a member of the Brotherhood. It's not in my nature to betray you.
Will give kind of a very slight nod, and then he'll look to Faye and Fenn, and then back to Avarice. The second, you must summon a flame in the palm of your hand.
So you'll watch as the white tiefling kind of like moves her eye from Rennick towards Mistress Faye, and you see a look of kind of longing, waiting. How are you going to summon flame into your hand, Mistress Faye?
She can use Agonizer's Scorcher to summon a flame to her hand.
If I believe correctly, that is an instantaneous. You are creating a gout of flame that shoots out of your hand.
Let me look at that. Yeah, it is.
Do you think that is the same as summoning flame into your hand?
No, the only. No, it's not. But I have an item that I can do that with.
And Bragg's going to look to Avarice. Do we think each must complete each step themselves without assistance?
It depends. What do you assume would be the use of assistance? Would you like to set your friend's hand on fire? I must admit I don't intend to betray you, but I would enjoy this. But she also looks like she enjoys pain as well.
So Brennick is thinking. So
Hold her hand out.
Sorry, go ahead, Rashad.
Sorry, I was saying Faye just holds out her hand.
So Brannick was actually almost thinking of having using his mage hand to bring fire over to Mistress Faye. I don't know how literal summon is, but
Gotcha. What kind of fire are you going to bring over? Like, you thinking like a lantern, a torch?
I would think a torch.
Gotcha.
Like
So you're
flame.
going to hand a torch to Mistress Faye? Or would you like to like set the fire in Mistress Faye's palm so it's burning her?
Um, Good question.
It doesn't say fire near the palm of your hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of maybe, I don't know, if I can have essentially the mage hand bring the torch over so that it's almost like it's kind of not directly in the flame, but like right up. So essentially it's like kind of like searing your hand, but it's not right in the flames. Almost like, um, almost like she was like cupping the flame.
The third, speak a secret about yourself.
Give me a second. I'm looking.
This is the entire reason this campaign has secrets, by the way.
And they would say, a wealthy pasha in Kalusan has placed a bounty on my head for seducing his favorite concubine. Bounty hunters are scouring the Sword Coast in search of me, but I hope they'll never think to look for me in Icewind Dale.
And the fourth step.
Is to coax a secret from another. He's going to kind of look towards Faye, thinking Faye might have to actually like almost like coax or like request the secret to.
I will look around and ask each person to share if they were willing to share a secret.
Fenn will almost laugh and say, for whatever reason, owlbears are predisposed to like me. I don't know what it is, but I have an fascination with owlbears.
Everest is going to look towards you, Fenn. And this is your secret.
I never told anybody before.
Looking back to Mistress Faye. Quench the flames with ice.
Is there any? There should be ice. Is there ice like right around the area where we're standing right now?
I would say at present, no. You guys could go get some ice. You could potentially make some ice. Does anybody have a way to make ice?
I used to, not anymore. After I dropped the codicil.
Well, and Fenn will pull out of his backpack. He's been carrying around that ice scimitar forever. You remember that one that I chiseled out of the dude's hand?
I do indeed.
I completely forgot about that.
So he's going to pull that out and hand it over to Mr. Fay.
You just carry ice sculptures with you?
I like swords.
She would use it to put the flame out.
So describe that to me. Like, what are you actually doing here?
The sword itself is frozen, made of ice, right? So she's going to pretty much place the sword over the flame and pretty much place it against the flame to put the fire out.
So swords have multiple parts. Can you describe what parts you're doing what with?
Oh, I am
like paint a picture for me, please.
Okay, so I'm holding the flame in one hand, and I'm taking the blade. I'm placing the flat part of the blade against the flame to essentially just make it, to essentially put it out like that. So basically making it cold, or to smother it instantly against my palm.
And the 6th step.
Hide thyself behind a mask.
Have you a mask in mind? Rashad, you're the person doing these steps. What are you doing?
So I was looking through my eyes. I'm like, I do not have a mask on me. Brennan, Fenn, do either one of you happen to have a mask?
Brenna can create an illusory mask and kind of have it up in front of, kind of create it in front of Mistress Faye's face just with minor illusion, but can't create anything more substantive than that.
And the 7th step. Yeah, these guys are wizards. This is exactly what they would do. Like an illusory mask is exactly what they would do. This isn't complicated, guys. Like, this is a very simple 8-step key turning. But like when you think about it from a wizard, you know, it's like create a little bit of fire in your hand, create a little bit of ice to quench it, put something over your face. You know what I mean? And the 7th step.
It says that, I believe it was draw a circle using the ashes of a corpse.
And have you collected the ashes of a corpse? kind of like looks over your shoulders as this forest behind you is burning.
No, I don't think I have the ashes of a corpse on me. Nick, Fenn, would either you happen to have any ashes on you from a corpse?
So I'm assuming neither Fenn or Mistress Faye took any of the kind of the remains of any of the burned trees. But Brannick kind of, assuming he kind of catches Avarice is kind of looking back towards that and seeing the tree still burning and thinking, okay, this tree was awakened. It was, alive in a sense. He will offer to kind of try to run over and obtain some. Essentially, I guess almost like charcoal kind of stuff.
Perhaps you could burn the wand now that it's been used. It was a branch of the tree.
It will need to be used by the rest of us, no?
Precisely. This is the mistress's entry. I would request I use it prior to you destroying it. The rest of you don't matter. You can do as you'd like.
I thought it was we're all going in together. My bad, yeah. So Fenn will run back because he's got the biggest. He'll hoof it over there and dash.
Net 20. So yeah, something shitty's about to happen to you. Let's take a quick break here, and we will pick up in a few moments.
All right, this is getting to be classic already.
I knew I didn't like it because I'm like, he laughed, and I'm like, motherfucker, what did you do?
You guys had this clue for ages. Nobody ever thought with any of the corpses that you were ever dealing with to ever collect ash. This is something that I was laughing about because I'm pretty sure this was the first or second clue that you guys got, and nobody ever collected ashes. I asked you over and over again, like, can you guys repeat the clues for me in at least 3 or 4 sessions to make sure that you guys had written all of them down, but also to make sure that you guys had them in mind at the start of sessions. And nobody once ever asked to collect any ashes.
And you know what? We did come into a pile of ashes the one time we were going to collect it, we didn't, because we didn't know if it was all corpse ashes or if it was just wooden ashes. And now it's just like, well, shit.
It's honestly the whole reason the module gives you the necromancer. This was before, like, I picked up the extended module. This is the reason you, like, the high necromancer is found dead, is because you're supposed to use his ashes. It gives you a corpse. And I'm pretty sure that's the Necromancy Towers clue, is why I say it was one of the originals you guys got. But just one of those things. It was like a hilarious, from my perspective, you guys had this clue and nobody ever picked up ashes. But again, let's take a quick break here. Come back in like 5 or 10 minutes. If you need 15, take it. Again, we're going to be running like long hours today. So let's just kind of like continue forward here.
And for the other, I know you weren't here last week, Justin, but do you remember, Rashad, do we still have our 10 temporary hit points? Because I don't think I actually got damaged last week at all, but I don't remember. It's not, I don't have it on my sheet right now. I don't know if it carries over or...
Did you guys sleep after fighting in the observatory?
I don't think so.
No, we didn't sleep at the fight in the observatory, I don't think.
Yeah, so it would just be if and how much damage you took in the observatory then.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with I had it wiped out because I can't remember for sure, so...
I think I did AoE that probably would have wiped it out, but I don't think you guys took much damage, so I think it's probably pretty safe to say that maybe you took enough that you lost that, because I do feel like there was a point where I hit you all with the Magian's like lightning, and it like crossed over the group, but I can't remember overall.
Yeah, like I said, I think so. So I was just curious if anybody had a definitive. More so because I'm probably gonna get my ass handed to me, and that extra 10 would be nice right about now. It's more like a prayer. I'll be like, I hope I forgot to do this.
So, did you drop the one that is over on the right side of the screen, or did you drop yourself towards the center of the screen?
I dropped far right.
My apologies. If you will be so kind, let me have, I guess, everybody roll initiative, but it's only really on Fenn's board right now. He is not with everybody else, but if all three of you would be so kind as to roll initiative here. Whoops, didn't mean to reveal all of them. So, as you run off and leave the others behind you, there's going to be a point where you are about 150 or so feet away from the spires behind. You're about like 60 or 70 feet. Really makes that map seem way too small. 60 or 70 feet away from kind of some of these burnt ashes inside of the Arboretum. As far as your movement goes, this is what, like 2 turns of kind of full movement, if even that, at present, to kind of get back to your friends, I think. But you're not necessarily far from safety, if you get the chance to do so. But the first thing that is going to happen here is as you are running across the city, you are going to see as in front of you, just in a moment, there is a flash of color, and you just start to see hundreds of sparkling yellows and greens and purples and pinks as light just fills your eyes. And for a moment, you're blinded by all of these beautiful sparkling lights. And for a moment, your body kind of starts to give way as you start to get lost in these lights. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw at advantage, sir. And as this like light starts to scatter across your brain, you start to sense that there's a creature starting to paralyze you. You kind of shrug it off in a moment, almost like blocking off your vision, recognizing more in the spirits of your being to focus on it. And you start to see this gangly hand kind of reaching out where this light is starting to sparkle in front of your eyes. And behind the hand, you see this large singular eyeball that is focusing in on you. And you, at present, are at least not stunned and turn to mush for this. But it's going to be a while before you get to do anything. You're going to start to sense as there are more and more of these creatures all around. What is your dex? I feel like you will actually go before that one. Yeah, because it's a +3. You've got to have a +5.
Yes, I'm +5.
So I think at present, I'm going to rot the fuck out of your brain with 4 Nothics are about to just start to rot you from the inside out. I want you to make 4 Constitution saving throws, DC 12. I tell you the DC because this is a time where you're pretty much, saving throw. Yeah, that's an auto fail. So at least one's going through all the way.
Not for nothing going forward, but that's a perfect opportunity to add my 2 cents to the. I like the roll a 1, get inspiration, thought change for the future.
That's actually precisely why I like it. I mean, if you look at it right there, you basically, if you didn't have inspiration, regardless of what style we were using right now with 1D&D, if you didn't have it, you would get it. If you did have it, you would be able to give it to one of your friends here. But regardless there, like, I like the 1 because, yeah, coming off of a fail, knowing that you have something to, like, it's that reminder that most of being successful in life is knowing how to fail and be successful coming off of it, like trying harder coming off of it. I like that's like inspiring yourself on in that 1.
Yeah, and it lessens the sting a little bit.
So you will get blasted by 11 necrotic damage as all of these creatures are like focusing in on this weak moment as these sparkles of light are scattering through your mind, and you're doing everything you can to prevent yourself from being charmed and turned into this just like mush of an elf. The rotting gaze of these other creatures as they like converge on you, and all of their eyes are starting to do the same effect, and you can just feel inside of your brain as it's just painful, and it's like a migraine just behind your eyeballs. You'll take that 11 necrotic damage, but it is going to get back to you at this point. Before you act here, though, I do want to move them because I did all like. So that should be about where they move to there, is you actually get a full sight of them. And then I need to roll for the big guy. You'll see shortly after, like this like shower of sparks and lights flashes across your eye, this one is going to disappear from your view again. And now on your turn, what would you like to do, sir?
Well, Fenn is actually gonna cast another spell.
Most certainly. What spell would you like to cast?
I am gonna cast one of the necklace of fireballs, and I'm gonna try to place it where I could get all of the Nothics that I can see, and hopefully the one that disappeared as well. Well, that northern guy I probably am not going to be able to get, but is there a way that I can place it and get the 4 that are nearest to me?
So getting it in a place that doesn't affect you is where you would have the problem with hitting the 4 that are nearest to you.
No,
But like
I'm burning everything.
Gotcha. Yeah, so
me included.
you can now control the fireball. So in the future, if you ever want to drop it, you are welcome to go into spells and drop the fireball.
Okay.
But yeah, you can definitely drop it there and get everybody. What I would say is you have a solid sense of how much vitality these creatures have. A normal level 3 fireball, I think, averages at like 28 or 30 damage. You have a solid sense that that's a large chunk of their life, but not enough to kill them. What level are you going to cast? How many beads are you going to break off as you cast this fireball.
Yeah, so I'm shitting my pants. I got 3 left. I'm gonna cast it at 5th level, and then that'll shoot. That'll be it for it. But I'm gonna give it all. I'm scared.
So I believe that's 10d6.
That is correct. It's 10d6.
And then does it give it a spell DC for that one?
It does not. Casting 1 action, range, components, duration, attack, source.
It should be DC 15, it looks like. So you two can roll a dexterity saving throw here. I believe you've got evasion, so you'll take half, even if you fail. But you need a 15 on this, as will they. All right, so you sufficiently will take no damage. 2 of them are going to get caught fully in the blast. 2 of them you can see kind of react enough that they're able to shield themselves and... Holy shit, okay. That still seems really bad. But 30 damage, so 15 will be the halfer, and 0 is your percentage. So... Alrighty, and do one more con save for me here, Fenn.
If 16 is not enough, I would like to use some inspiration for whatever this is.
My bad. This is another one of those like rotting gazes, kind of like being focused into you. Do you feel like 16 is enough, or would you like to use? Previously, I think you resisted a bunch of them.
Yeah, I'm going to put 2 into it just to be on the safe side. I think 18 is enough to cover it.
For what it's worth, I didn't have you take damage when you had a 15 rolled, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'll save it then. And then, technically, I still have my movement, correct?
Yeah, right now you've just used your action. Right now your action was to cast a spell, so you can still bonus action do things like patient defense, as well as movement.
I'm going to bonus action spend a key for step on the wind and dash and get the hell out of Dodge. Get back to the party, and then they's a coming. Or at least I'm going to move 120 feet.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that'll put you 30 feet away from the others. As far as things go, I don't think this is going to be a challenging kind of moment for you. You guys can mop up the rest of these Nothics, and I think you guys have a solid understanding of what the caster of these was. Realistically, not getting charmed by that hypnotic pattern was the clutch thing there. If you had gotten charmed and failed that, I could have killed you, I think. Other than that, I don't think there was much danger with how close you were to everybody else. Effectively, from their view, they basically watched you dash off. Most of them would have seen the sparkle of all of these colors, this massive explosion of fire. But basically, as quick as it all happened, you're kind of like right back to them, like 12 seconds kind of gone by. All of them are essentially surprised with how things played off there. So, long run, you're kind of returning to them. As far as continue on with this combat, this is just like a mop-up moment. Often when you guys flee, things aren't going to continue in the same way. But it does bring you back to the rest of the group and kind of a recognition that there is some sort of predatory thing between you and the Arboretum, and you can kind of rethink, like, do you want to go to the Arboretum? Do you have a second place where you have a corpse? Do you want to go make a corpse and conflagrate it? What kind of thoughts you guys have there?
What do we do with Feline?
I was honestly about to say, Faye was honestly about to say, didn't you just murder someone recently? Shouldn't her corpse be nearby?
She's still splattered in the street somewhere?
Yeah, I think you guys looted her. I don't know if we ever actually talked about what you might have done with her body.
Then on top of that, we got, oh God, I can't believe I'm about to say this. I can't remember my last character's name. That one.
Galeria.
Yeah, then there's Galeria's body. Which one's closest?
So at very least, I'm going to speak to the elephant in the room, and Avarice is going to have you return. You might recognize why I don't venture through the city alone. Perhaps if we need a corpse, don't go alone.
Faye will say, yeah, that might be a good idea. You don't want to become the corpse that we have to use, or that we end up using.
I think Fenn will agree that wiser words have never been spoken. Didn't Zelda teach us anything? It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
So you guys are not terribly far from the House of the Arcane. That is potentially the closest location where you guys would have a corpse. Otherwise, you can push on towards the Arboretum. They're probably both at the same distance. You could push towards those Nothics and make a corpse. It's kind of up to you guys.
Faye will suggest that we go to whichever one's to the one where we don't have to fight. If there's already a corpse available, might as well just burn it. And heck, if they have any infections left behind, we can grab those while we're at it before burning the corpse.
And while you all are looking for a corpse, does anybody have the 8th step and what that requires?
Stand in a circle and consume poison.
Do you guys have poison?
Faye would kind of grin. I have poison.
So what's the decision on your corpse? House of the Arcane? Go get Galeria?
Faye,
go a little further? Get Valine?
Faye said we'd go ahead and just head over to the House of Arcane since it's the closest corpse. We can go ahead and just burn the body.
Closest, no fight, so opposite of the Nothics.
Wait, I'm sorry, say what?
I agree. Closest to the corpse and away from the Nothics.
All right, so Faye will put the wand into her chest, into her clothing, and they will begin walking over towards the House of Arcane.
So you all can begin that little bit of a trek, kind of crossing over and underneath the entryway into the spire, moving towards the House of the Arcane. You can enter through the front that's closest to the spire itself. You could go towards the back where you already know is the entrance to kind of like the teaching level, or the like teaching like outside ring. But when you guys make that entryway, it's kind of the difference of crossing through the central area. Does anybody want to pick up the ability to cast something like fire that they could hold in their hand? Or perhaps something like ice that they could use to quench fire? You can grab one of the steps for the Arcane Octet, basically here while you are inside of the House of the Arcane. That book allows you one cantrip from each of the school. I believe 3 of them are useful to you.
I'm gonna grab the one that casts fire.
Are you there, Justin?
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I've not heard you since basically seeing you type back, so anything you've been adding, we've not been hearing. But I've also not seen...
You guys hear me?
Go. I can hear you there. That was the first time I saw your push to talk hit as well.
Can you hear us, Justin? We heard you for a second.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, do you hear us?
Yeah, I can. I don't know. Yeah, I can. I can hear you guys. I don't know what that was because I can see my push to talk was going down, and I could hear you, but I guess you guys couldn't hear me.
No, I was just thinking, where's Justin? I haven't heard him in a while.
That's exactly why I called on him.
Okay, so how long has it been since you? Because
I've heard nothing since you said back, basically, in chat. Like, I've heard nothing of you actually interacting at all with any of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, most of the point now.
Here, let me go for first step. Did you have any thoughts beside going to the body of Galeria?
I had the same thought initially as Dawn to go for Valine, but I agree. We can go to the House of the Arcane, and then if we can get Galeria's body, and also possibly some of the help with the one of the steps or 2 with cantrips. That 2 birds, 1 stone.
Gotcha. Do you have a cantrip in mind?
So something for Brannick would be more something, I guess, to like quench. So ice.
Word. Yeah, I think the necromancy one is it's the cold spell. Give me a second to actually flip to the House of the Arcane.
And these are not cantrips that we get permanently, right? They're just temporary for one-time use.
Single casting, yep.
And I can use them?
You can indeed. Yeah, so Brennick could explain all of them to you all. That you are able to get Blade Ward, Mage Hand, True Strike, Friends, Dancing Lights, Minor Illusion, Chill Touch, and Prestidigitation. So I think Prestidigitation would give you fire, and Chill Touch would give you the ability to quench.
I thought Chill Touch was like the skeletal hand.
I mean, that's how I like reference that one. I don't know. I'd like the idea that they're useful in the actual Arcane Octad, but it probably is a stretch. But yeah, I'd almost say, like, from my perspective, I would say it's kind of the idea of, like, if you cast it with that hand while you have fire in it, you can quench the fire with ice.
Okay, so he will go for that one.
Gotcha. And what was Fenn thinking about?
Well, we have to each do the whole ceremony, right?
Yeah, I mean, effectively, you already have solutions to a lot of these things. You've not fully tested it yet, but you guys at least have solutions that, from some level, fit. It's just a question of how much you guys trust this, and if you would like a little extra somewhere.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking I need to grab everything. If the one we're going to be able to pass between each other, and the same thing with the scimitar.
Yeah, like the torch and the scimitar, each of you have access to. The mask, if Brenna can cast that over each person, that each of you have access to. The secrets are 2 more, that's 5 of them. What are some of the others?
I just need to make sure we have enough ashes to draw however many circles we need.
Yep, you would need ash. I mean, technically, you guys have a large retinue right now of, what is it, like 7 of you, basically?
Right, and the circle needs to be large enough for us to stand inside, given the 8th step. And poison, I guess. I don't know how much poison Mistress Faye has. Because the only other thing, so Brenna can cast poison spray, but that's gas. That's not like a liquid consumable poison.
Fenn is going to grab all the magical ones, like the fire, the ice,
I believe you can only gain 1 at a time, though.
Well, Fenn, we've seen that Brannick was able to essentially use, the torch and the mage hand, that salt that was enough for the summoning the flame, so we can repeat that presumably, and then the scimitar can pass around. That's kind of what Mara was saying.
My bad. This is one of those things where I was distracting you guys with a problem that you don't have. It's a question of if you guys want to use it, because you guys have, I think, at least twice used this. I know Velixis at least used it to gain a cantrip at one point.
Just checking. Can you guys hear me?
We can indeed.
Okay.
Does that give you a clue on which one you would like to take away from this, Fenn?
Fenn, if you're speaking, I don't think we can hear you. I saw your push to talk go down, but
Oh, the woes of the microphone. So while we're trying to figure out what's going on with Don's mic, let me actually get the rolls to see how long it takes you all to find Galeria again. Let me get investigations from everyone.
And Rashad, does Faye have enough poison for the group, or do we need to try and figure something else out with that?
Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know what happened there. I'm not.
Give me a second. I'm going to let me go through real quick.
Do you have a cantrip in mind, Don, that you would like to take away from this? Otherwise, can you also roll a investigation for me?
She has enough for 4 people. Unless, yeah, it looks like it's enough for 4 people.
And as far as the cantrip, I don't know. I'm being a dumbhead here, but I can't think of which one. What is the one that I need?
I don't think you guys need any of them.
And then, I'm sorry. Could you go through the list again one more time? I'm sorry, Mar.
Oh, you're good. Blade Ward, Mage Hand, True Strike, Friends, Dancing Lights, Minor Illusion, Chill Touch, and Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation would let you make fire in your hand. Chill Touch, I'm saying, will let you create ice in your hand to quench fire.
Yeah.
And then was it Minor Illusion would let you make your own mask, but Brennick can cast that. I think that's what Brennick is using as Minor Illusion.
Yeah.
In which case, I'm gonna do the True Strike then.
Ah! That's like the worst cantrip ever made.
In that case,
It's just really weird because it takes an action to give you advantage on your next action. Whereas if you just swung twice, you basically give yourself that advantage. You just can deal twice as much damage.
And it's also concentration, right?
Yeah. But concentration won't really bother him too much. And the chances of having knocked out of concentration, concentration's a really weird mechanic for 5th edition because the times that you're ever taking more than 20 something damage that it's difficult.
Yeah, I guess if you had a chance to cast it right before you went into you initiated combat would be the only time it might actually be helpful, but
yeah, it's just a super broken cantrip. They need to fix it. I think it's one of the cantrips that kind of deserves or might be fixed with some of the thoughts about changing guidance into a reaction. I think True Strike would almost benefit from something along those lines of maybe you can use the cantrip and then you can attack as your reaction with advantage before your next turn. There would have to be something along those lines where it costs you something still, but it gives you at least something. Because right now, True Strike is just But yeah, I would say if you wanted to grab something that might be useful to you, Fenn, having a single cast of Blade Ward might be something like that. It just kind of comes back to that question of if you're going to use an action to cast it, it might not be terribly useful. About the only exception to some of these is Rashad is a It's the arcane fighter. So, like, if he casts Blade Ward to gain resistance, he can still make a melee attack because he cast a single cantrip. But like the problem with something how like True Strike's worded is its advantage for next turn. It almost fixes those two spells that are woefully underpowered.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, like, it just doesn't blend well with the monk class, basically.
Yeah, precisely. But also a lot of that is because they're cantrips, they're not meant to be powerful. But it's just you can't make like combat cantrips and pretend that they don't need to at least be like standardly effective.
You know, I'm just gonna take prestidigitation.
Gotcha.
Whatever.
So
It's nice to be able to create something, flavor wise in a moment if needed.
oh, there's so much that you can do to like one do flavor, but also use it as like the potential that can change situations drastically. So you can pick those up. You guys have those single cast cantrips. Just kind of keep those in mind for yourselves. Um, Delving into the back rooms and starting to search through for the corpse of Galeria, I don't think is going to take you all long. Going through the process, though, you go through a couple of rooms here and there before eventually walking into that room that you last left days ago. And you guys have the body not only of Galeria, but of all of your sidekicks. There are 4 corpses in the room, as well as the corpse of a giant as well.
Didn't Velixis pick up some poison at some point? Like if we try to loot the corpse to get some more doses of that?
She's frozen in ice.
Oh, right.
So Faye is going to go over to Gloria's body, and honestly, she's going to recognize all the equipment she has. She's going to go ahead and remove the gear and everything from Gloria's body. And
Hold up. Roll an investigation for me. You don't get to just say the gear. I know you are greedy for all kinds of magical items that you want, Rashad, but you don't get to just say the gear. Roll an investigation, and I'll tell you what you find on her body.
all right, my bad. I was honestly just removing it to burn the body.
Your greed as a player is way too obvious, bro.
It's not that obvious.
It is a million times too obvious. On multiple occasions, the groups had legitimate things to do, and you're like running across a like molten pit of lava, diving past gods, and you're like, "Oh, does this skeleton have any magical items on it? Can I search this body?" You're definitely the person who is a loot whore. Alrighty, so you can find on Galeria her sword and warhammer, as well as the plate mail. All 3 of those quite clearly magical items.
All right.
And then I'll leave it up to you. You can pick one other of her magical items. You can find something like her drift globe. You could find something like her medallion of thoughts. Or you could take the wand of magic missiles. Or you could take the potion of flying. But you only get to pick one. Or you could take her cloak of billowing.
some reason, I think we lost Justin again.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh.
I've just been quiet for the last couple minutes.
I don't know. Flying is always a useful thing to have sometimes.
I think the potion of flying is the intelligent thing to take.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm like, I might go ahead and grab that potion of flying because who knows when we're going to need that.
And then it looks like everyone can write down 66 platinum and 200 gold pieces.
Brennick's also going to suggest maybe, if we, with this like dead giant here, we could always, maybe we lop off a limb and burn that. That could,
That could give us more ashes.
Yeah.
So if you guys want some instantaneous ashes, this is where I will certainly accept your use of Scorcher to kind of make some instant ashes. If it takes some time to produce ashes, you could go ahead and start a fire somewhere that's going to take longer.
And if we put them in a pile and kind of clear out, Brannick's more than willing to also cast Fireball to try to essentially like incinerate the.
Yeah. Mr. Fenn would agree to go ahead and pile the bodies up.
Gotcha. You guys gonna burn them inside of this room?
Yes.
I was thinking we'd drag them outside and then burn them in a pile.
I'm good with that either way.
For the sake of those who need to breathe, I think burning these in a less enclosed space is wise enough. Would the auditorium be acceptable, or do you want to go in full view of the outers?
The auditorium might be best. At the very least, we have walls around us, but not so many to suffocate us.
That's fine with me.
Gotcha. So Fireball is a perfectly acceptable way to start a fire. Do you have Firebolt, though?
I do. I just assumed Firebolt would take much longer, so I have to keep throwing it.
Yeah, precisely. It's just a question of what level spell are you going to give up to do this? And you guys can, you and Mistress Faye can make that decision. If you would like to just make that decision, just let me know like how many levels of spells you're going to sacrifice to cause this fire to start.
Yeah, I mean, my initial thought was use a 3rd level Fireball and just like kind of incinerate things quickly, and to like kind of just like pile up the bodies, get everyone cleared out of the immediate area, and just try to incinerate them quickly.
Gotcha. And you're going for all 5 corpses, like Giant, the 3 sidekicks, as well as Galeria?
I mean, Brennick's not sentimental, so he has no problem with burning all of them.
Mrs. Faye doesn't know any of them. As far as she knows, they've been dead for a while, so.
And off topic, real quickly, I have serpent venom, which is a poison as well.
Okay, I knew we came across some poison like up in the brain jar laboratory or something, but I couldn't remember who took it.
So between the two of us, we should have enough poison for the that step.
I think I got like 4. You got the one. That's 5 of us. We got 7 in this group. We would need like 2 more. I mean, this is gonna sound very morbid. Would the blood from a dead body still be counted as poison? I mean, I guess because it's not very specific on the kind of poison or whatnot, just says poison.
I do also have a couple vials of acid. It's not quote unquote poison, but I'm sure it's poisonous to drink it.
Oh, aren't you all coy? Starting to wonder whether venom is poisonous or poison is venomous. I think the danger in what you drink might be sufficient enough, but it is up to you all on what you would like to quaff. So yeah, if you guys start this fire, I think Avarice will add a flaming sphere. You can set your fireball in there. Do you have any intention in casting any fire spells with Mistress Faye?
Yeah, she's gonna add her scorcher in.
Gotcha. So everyone can expend those spells. It will not take long to get enough that you can harvest some ash with a mage hand, whether it's Avarice who kind of goes for a little bit, whether it is Brennick who goes a little bit first. Do you all have any intention in making this into a short rest, or would you like to try to move forward with this as soon as possible?
I would say, given what Fenn ran into, and we know Aurel's still out there, might be best to just get it over with. Brennick is going to try to maybe using his mage hand, see if he can gather some of the ashes. So he has a couple empty vials just to make sure we have enough, or in addition to in terms of like storing it.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I figured like a lot of fires, like you're kind of looking for at least around that like first time where the fire almost like collapses in on itself. You kind of know there's sufficient ash from that point. But standing at a distance with at least 2 casters who have mage hand, I don't see any reason why you guys could not collect sufficient ash in less than an hour of kind of harvesting within the House of the Arcane here. Um, Theoretically, you have 5 to 7 doses of poison. You guys now know, or at least have, what you should be able to use to complete the 8 steps. Are you ready to go back? Would you like to start fresh, or are you going to immediately go back to the step where Mistress Faye last left off?
I feel like we might need to start fresh since we did step away from it.
Then we'll turn to Avarice and you think she could finish the process or start over?
If we are concerned about time, we can try and see how it works out continuing on. We have plenty more to do. If it fails, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
I would say, yes, I would say try, Mr. Faye, try from where we left off.
Very well.
If it doesn't work, at least we've learned something.
I must admit, I'm curious to see what happens when someone tries to enter who has not. So, taking the ash of a corpse, you're going to draw yourself a circle. And what poison will Mistress Fey be consuming?
She will be consuming assassin's blood.
Make a Constitution saving throw. Roll a d12. So you'll take 6 poison damage. And do you want to try to walk into the entrance inside of the tubes?
Yes.
You want to make sure you hand over the wand first, right?
Oh,
and
yes.
the scimitar.
So you can step forward and walk into these like outer little tubes that, at this point they kind of look like almost like the entryway to like a like greenhouse or whatnot, where it's like a half circle, like a hemicircle on the ground. But you can step through this entryway and you're just on the other side of it at present. You can basically see like this long progressive slope up and away from the party. But if you sit and wait for the party, you're just inside.
Okay, yeah. I'll probably sit and wait for the party.
And did we notice any effect after the last step, like after he consumed the poison, any visible sign that told us, okay, it worked?
Roll perceptions. Let me get perceptions from Brennick and Fenn.
I mean, I guess aside from the fact that she seemed to be able to walk through this time.
No, nothing discernible seemed to happen.
All right, and Braddock will turn to Fenn. You want to go next?
As the non-magic user, can't go last.
In all honesty, I would prefer to honor my part of the deal and allow me to do it next. And she's going to hold her hand out for the wand.
Fenn will hand it over.
So, let's see. I think first step, she'll hold the wand over her heart. Second, she's going to hold out her palm and create or hold a firebolt. And you'll see as her palm just kind of like holds this small mote of fire. And then she's going to kind of like looking down towards the ground. I've given my soul to Levistus. And this spire is the end of my existence. And then she will look to Brennick. Tell me, brother, what secret do you bear?
So Brannick will, although I think he's actually told someone already about meeting Dritz Do'Urden. So I don't know if that would count. So I don't know. I mean, I could just make up my own secret.
Actually, that was Lucian Bao, and everybody else who was there at the time was dead. So I don't think that would have come up again. The Drizzt thing was the secret for my first character.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So I get yeah. So Brannick will share that he had once met Dritz Do'Urden. He'll take out and show like the little tattered piece of green cloth from his cloak. Not much of a secret, I admit, but a secret.
Avarice will then kind of like raising her left hand. You'll see as she kind of like manifests like a small, icy white, like piece of wood within her hand. And as she kind of like extends it out, it almost like grows into this icicle. And she's going to reach to the palm of her hand and using the ice tipped of her staff, she will use it to quench the fire within her hand. And then she will, doing a similar kind of casting of a spell, draw a like fresh face across hers, that will kind of like actually add color to hers, and you'll see like this little bit of it kind of hiding the actual horns as she kind of draws like this new face. And then taking some ashes, she too will draw the circle, and then she's going to reach out for a poison from Mistress Fey.
All right, and I'll just hold out a poison, either the pellet and the purple worm, and I just let her pick which one she wants.
You're gonna hand out the purple worm. Even's gonna be the worm. She's gonna take the other one.
So she's taking the pale texture.
Indeed.
All right.
So she will quaff it. You'll see as for a moment she like almost like stumbles in her next step as she starts to step inside of the actual tubes besides Mistress Fey, and kind of like bracing herself against her staff, she just kind of like leans up against the wall. A humbling choice, indeed.
Fab, can I ask, is this your first time drinking poison?
I don't make a habit of consuming such things.
Yeah, I find someone kind of sweet sometimes.
And then she will kind of bracing herself against the wall. What did she take from you guys? The wand. She'll hand the wand back out to Fenn.
And then Fenn is going to turn to Brannick and say, well, how can we give two secrets as part of this process if we already gave out our secret?
I, for one, can assure you I've more than one.
The other one we're making up on the fly then.
Not like the secret, but
yeah.
I think also one of the points that might remain kind of unsaid in the module is you've lived your life with this secret. Even if you shared the secret with the party in the meantime of getting here, it's still your secret, even if it's not something that you hold secret from these people. And that's one of the things that I think is kind of a subtle difference in interpretation that kind of means a lot about like what a party is, and also not fucking over a party by saying, yeah, the last person will never get in because their secret's already been shared.
Well, I was like, I must be overthinking this. But it was like Columbo being like, just one more thing.
And that's part of why I say it like that. To me, it's the exact same thing as having like the quintessential rogue who's a loner and doesn't talk to anybody. He doesn't participate with anybody. And it's like, all right, that's fine. But if you're an adventurer, this is the group that you like have the exception to that rule. So it's just one of those things where, yeah, I don't think sharing your secret prevents you from being able to use that in this magical step, because I'm pretty sure part of the flavor of this is it's basically no single wizard can ever enter the tower without somebody else being there. And I think even like the high wizards would always have to enter the tower into. I don't think this is once you do it, it's done. This is something that you do each time that you're trying to step through the force field around this tower.
Right, you're basically just flashing your badge.
Precisely. And I think part of the defense of it is also that two people are coming together, which also might be the type of thing where if you've got people trying to kill you, they might also be two people who are working together.
And Fenn will start the with the wand over the heart. Look to Brannick for help with the fire in the hand.
Yeah, Brannick will do the same thing he had done for Mistress Faye.
No. Talk about how I like to scratch behind the ears of owl bears in my spare time.
Brannick will kind of give a little nod, and then he'll actually tell about how he actually once let he'll tell about a secret about something he did to a rival that he was trying to essentially gain an upper hand on back in Luskan to try and get into the rival for Arcane Brotherhood membership. Nothing like super, terrible, but something he hadn't told anyone he'd done before.
And I will take the Frostbrand scimitar and press the blade against the fire.
Brannick will again cast Minor Illusion to give him a mask.
Grate the circle with ashes and turn to Brannick and say, to your health, and quaff the serpent venom. I'm immune to poison, so tastes good.
Well, the other thing is that does nothing if you ingest it. So when you're ready, you can walk on through the entrance.
You don't have any more of that, do you, Fenn?
Curious, and well, she said she had enough for 4, but there wasn't a quantity with the serpent venom. I think it was a custom item or something like that. It doesn't say how many, whether it's like one dose or.
Yeah, if we didn't determine a dosage, like the number of doses, the number of uses that it had prior, I've got to just say that it was a single.
That's what I was assuming.
Okay. Well, Glitter, you said you had enough for 4 anyways, right? I mean, Mistress Faye.
She will hold out wyvern poison and towards you. In the purple one, the wyvern one is less severe, I believe.
I will take the less severe one then.
And of course, Fenn's going to hand over the wand and the frostbrand scimitar.
So Brannick is going to, he will pass the wand. He is going to similarly kind of call forth and hold a firebolt spell in his hand, kind of like what Avarice had, what Avarice had done. He will turn to Fenn and the others, and he will speak about how he has a slight fear of sailing. Might seem odd coming from Luskin, but something he kind of doesn't share, but he has a slight fear of sailing. And he will look to he's looking to look to Avarice and try to see if, any more secrets to share. If she is reticent, then he will kind of look towards either Fenn or Mistress Faye.
She's going to look towards Brannick, and then you'll already see as you're looking towards her, she's like kind of side-eyeing Mistress Faye. And as she looks over towards you, Brannick, she'll kind of... If you all do not betray me again, I may be able to reclaim my life from the Vistus with the staff that I request of you. But I am in your service. Your betrayal of me is a certain death.
So Brannick his eyebrows will kind of raise at that, but then he'll kind of give a little nod in return. He is then going to use the chill touch to quench the flames. He will cast minor illusion to essentially give himself a mask. He will use up some of the ashes to draw the circle, and then while standing within, with kind of a look towards Mistress Faye, he will then go to consume the wyvern poison.
I roll 76.
Nope. It is
No.
an injury.
Oh.
He's not injured. When you drink that, nothing happens. You can walk on in.
Oh, shoot. Okay, cool.
All right. Yeah, Brannick will do so. I guess we need to figure out how to get the sidekicks in.
So Everest is going to look to Mistress Faye with the final poison in her hand. and she's going to look towards Lyra, who you've grown fond of. I believe it is Lyra's turn. She'll need the wand, perhaps the sword, as well as this final poison that you have, mistress.
It seems so. And Mrs. Faye will hand it over to Lyra.
And Brannick will prepare to do kind of his steps again in the process that he's done for the others as needed.
So you can go through the process. People can tell their secrets, share their secrets, going through the whole thing. Can't believe you offered the purple worm poison, but it's just going to be gone. Nothing happens to her. And she can enter. But I believe that's the end of the poison. So you guys have two more sidekicks outside right now. What are you doing for them as poisons?
So Brannick he's going to try. He'll offer to try to see if poison spray will work. Essentially like if somebody would let him spray it almost like directly into their mouth.
Me, the DM, cannot help but laugh really, really hard at the fact that you're about to bust out a cantrip, and purple worm poison is 2,500 gold. So you can go through this step with the next sidekick, with the wand, with the fire, with the secrets, with the ice, everything. They can walk on in. You guys have the entire group inside of this.
Bruh.
You just threw away like 3,500 gold in poisons, and Brennick at the end of it was like, ketchup.
I did mention that earlier too. I said I could try that. It would work, but
oh well, it's gone now.
So let's take a break here, and we'll pick up in a couple. Same idea, like 5 or 10 minutes if everybody's back beforehand. If you need a full 15 minutes, take it, and we'll come back at the hour.
All right.
Yeah, we're the bad decision company. We're not bad company. We're bad decision company.
Oh, dude, the craziest thing to me was the fact that like Avarice is like, wait, you like offered me 2 poisons, and then when your buddy comes up, you say like this one's dangerous as fuck. That was like, whoa. But I'm actually going to take a break here, so if you guys like question how long to stay away for, lean to the longer side. But again, same idea. If you guys are all back, I'll try to be quicker as well too.
sounds good.
Or
My bad. I'm also sitting at my desk. I think I just heard my rice machine go off. My brother's making lunch, so I'm gonna eat real quick as well.
Okay, just checking you can hear me, right?
I can indeed.
Okay. I wonder if maybe the Bluetooth cut out. I walked away a little bit. I didn't think I went that far, but maybe it just cut out without me realizing it last time.
It's one thing I like about my current headphones is I think it actually tells me when I do that. Because I like walked out to my car the other day, and like within feet of where I needed to go, I think I heard it actually like update me like Bluetooth disconnected.
Yeah, that was what threw me because I didn't get one of those messages. It just like and I came back and I could I could see on my screen, I could see everything lighting up. So I just assumed everyone could hear me.
Yeah, that's actually a psych out, because the one thing I was doing was actually watching. I'm like, yeah, felt like I never saw you lighting up there. I never would have expected that you could see that you're hitting push to talk, but we don't see it.
Yeah, and I could hear you guys, which was made it even weirder, because if I couldn't hear you, I'd know something was off. But anyway.
Well, and that's one of those weird feelings of like, are they ignoring me? Or like, is the conversation just subtle enough that it like almost sounds like they're listening?
Yeah, I remember it's happened a couple other times too. And I was like, why is no one answering my questions? I was like, oh, that explains it. But anyway, I'll let you eat. I'm here. So.
The next time I play this campaign and we get to this part and I have poisons, I'm playing poison roulette. You can put them all in like random vials so you can't see what you get and mix them up. Pick what you get.
It was the Necromancy Tower that had poisons in it, though, I believe.
The one with the brain in the jar. There were like a whole bunch of poisons on a shelf.
Yeah, I think the people who made that like campaign edition are kind of intelligent for that, because that is not part of the module. It's actually one of those weird things where I think Rashad was close at hand with the idea, like, does drinking dead blood count as a poison? Like, it'll certainly make you sick.
Yeah, and I was thinking like something like oil or well, acid, or just something essentially bad for you. Yeah.
Precisely. And I feel like that's part of why I answered how I did, whereas it was like, you have to figure out what the interpretation is. What is a poison? And I like the idea that it's something your body doesn't want. But also, I would say alcohol.
You know what? Hilarious. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, to me, alcohol is the most common thing that people probably have that has the least amount of an actual negative effect on you, that could probably satisfy that. Because again, alcohol is poisonous to humans. I think the real question is when you've got a monk who's immune to poisons, is anything poisonous?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, if it has no actual deleterious effect, is it still poison?
And you know what? Here's a question. If they're undead, what counts as poison? Is it a healing potion or is it still poison?
That was a much more interesting question in previous editions, where dead creatures took damage from healing and living creatures took damage from necrotic, like in opposite ways. Or rather, undead creatures were healed by necrotic and they took damage from healing. That's a better way to say it.
Right, and I'm just like, yeah, that would be interesting to see.
I guess if you had a monk who was like, maybe if you had like a vegetarian monk and he ate like meat or something like that, maybe that could be considered, has a bad enough reaction. If they had a bad enough reaction to it, considered poison.
I've fed meat eaters vegetarian things before, but I have never tricked a vegetarian into eating meat.
No, I wouldn't do that. It would almost be something they would have to like consciously take because they consider it almost like poison to them because of their.
I am pretty chaotic evil though. Like, I've had people who say like, my players in Curse of Strahd are all vegetarians, so they don't want to like go eat at Strahd's. It was a weird way of phrasing it. And I'm like, I would be so tempted to cook everybody a meal and tell them it's all vegetarian. As everybody eats, laugh in their face, and then tell them that it's actually filled with meat. when everybody gets sad and starts to like try to make themselves puke, I would then laugh in their face again and say, "No, I'm just joking. It's vegetarian."
Yeah, that seems like the kind of mindfuck Strahd would do.
My hand is covered in blood, and I don't know where it came from.
I have to check my ankles when I do stuff like that because I will constantly like be like itching myself and not notice that I like itch myself raw, or like head wounds. It's really easy to like cut yourself on your scalp or something.
The moment you said check your ankles, you would have to check your ankles. I did that, and sure enough, I'm bleeding on my ankles.
All right, I'm back.
All right, so my brother was actually kind of midway through cooking, so theoretically, I've got some Brussels sprouts that I'm going to nibble on while I wait for like actual rice. So I see no reason not to kind of jump back in here.
Alright.
I was trying to get Spotify loaded so I could try to use Hydra to play some music, and Spotify changed my password. I still don't know what's wrong with Meeseeks. But when you guys are all inside of this long kind of ascending ramp that just kind of like continues off almost like a stair at points where you're kind of inclined like 40 or so degrees. You have a certain sense of maybe many wizards would essentially fly through this, not necessarily walk it. But it is one of those things where it is certainly walkable, and you guys can basically make this progression up and into the spire from beyond. Let me get perception checks from everyone here, please. So I don't think there's any discernible reason that one of you would pick this up before the others with how close those are. But as you all are kind of moving forward, one of the first things that you're going to kind of pick up is the sound of kind of like ethereal music almost playing off in the distance. And I like oh man, I can't think of it offhand now. Shit. It's like a weird little electronic device. Like when you pass your hand over like a copper wire, it's like playing with the electrical fields in our body that creates these very eerie like theremin. Did you just say it?
I think that's what it's called, a theremin.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
That's
So
correct.
very kind of like eerie. This is one of the most like wonderful kind of devices to play like background music into stuff that is kind of like subtly there but subconscious. It's very creepy as it kind of gets louder. But that's kind of like the first thing that you guys would kind of pick up is this like ethereal music coming from the theremin. Moving further and further up this like ascending.
Sorry, I forgot to mention this. I was going to have used, in case it makes any difference at some point, the see invisibility action. I just got this when we leveled up.
Gotcha. I was gonna say one of those would have been useful for Don. when he met that creature. But yeah, see invisibility, excellent. So as you all continue up here, though, like the music's going to be the first thing that you kind of pick up. This whole stair, like incline path is all extremely well lit. This is the first time that the city's lights. Actually, I can't even say the first time because we flavored all of the lights different in the towers. So this is not the kind of white yellow light of the Mythaler at the base of the city. This whole place is lit by very bright, clean white light. The music kind of picks up. You will kind of continue on this march towards and upward, where eventually you kind of see this last bit of incline opening up into a large hall, and there's clearly music being played from within this hall before you gain sight of it. But do you guys have any thoughts before you kind of like when it's just kind of the well lit entryway and there's like a very loud kind of musical happening ahead of you? Not simply the theremin, but like the theremin was kind of the first part of it. There's actual, say, like from this point on, like the recognition, like there's a band playing music. There's music being played in front of you.
Brannick's first thought is that maybe this is similar to the kind of what we encountered in the House of Silk and maybe a couple other places where it's almost like a programmed sort of reaction when someone enters the place. But he'll suggest we be a little wary, but he's not overly concerned at this point yet.
So oops, son of a bitch. You all should be able to see a new screen. It is largely blacked out. If you scroll towards the bottom, it's kind of the stairway entrance to this area. You guys can place your miniatures. As you basically come to the end of this hall, you can hear the music coming from these doors that are shut in front of you. Everything's well lit again, and you're just kind of progressing towards what is now loud music. You guys could speak to each other in a whisper and struggle to hear one another. You could speak to each other with normal voices and rest assured nobody's really going to hear you. You could probably yell and not garner any attention. It is a very loud musical happening ahead of you. So I feel like Brannick might have placed himself there to be at the back of the party, and then everybody placed themselves behind the wizard. But do you guys have any thought about where you would like to be?
Yeah, like I know my so the sidekick is a rogue. I don't want to use him. So I mean, if Brannick is okay being at the front, if Fenn doesn't want to take the lead, I know he's kind of leery about magical stuff sometimes. So
Well, Mistress Faye is also a fighter.
Yeah, Mistress Faye don't mind taking the lead. I was just placing my token. That's hilarious. Everybody's like, get behind the wizard.
So Braddock will he'll nod to Fenn like he's ready if whenever Fenn's ready to open the door. Probably have to like shout to get his attention and then kind of nod like ready when you are.
Well, more or less what I was getting at is like normal voices are perfectly functional right now. You guys could probably yell and not necessarily like alert anybody to your presence because there's loud music from beyond those doors.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So yeah, normal voice then.
But again, Rashad, like you're sticking with right there. You're at like the center of the party.
Yeah.
And whose sidekick are we currently missing right now? I see missing one. Is it
Lyra?
Yeah, that was Lyra.
fuck? Should I have her gargoyles and yeah. So you guys have access to Avarice having gargoyles as well as I'm really tempted to say no to the gargoyles because it's so many NPCs. But at very least, you do know that she's got her Raven. And then Brennick, one of the things that I forgot in one of the last battles was your Galvin. You also have access to your Galvin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I assumed it got destroyed at some point, but I guess not. So yeah, he would have been this whole time, just essentially follow. When the Galvin, if the Galvin tried to go through, would it have gone through without going through the ritual? Like it would have followed?
Yeah, the Galvin could have certainly followed you right in.
Okay.
So when you guys get to these doors ahead of you, what are your thoughts? Are you looking to just open them wide and just kind of like be there for whatever's on the other side? Are you looking to subtly approach them? What kind of thoughts are going through everybody's head with this loud happening on the other side?
Well, I'd like to subtly approach it since I'm in the lead. And I'm assuming that basically all I'm going to hear is loud noise on the other side. So I'm going to attempt to open the door quietly.
So as you open the door ahead of you, light is going to flood in from the opposite side, and you're going to also have the sound of this ball kind of flooding in as well. You're going to immediately see that there are 20, 30, 40 people who are all dancing around in extremely elegant, beautiful robes and gowns. You can see that everybody has like fancy kind of masquerade Venetian ball kind of dress going on. There is a sweet scent to the air. You can smell almost like rose blossoms. You can smell like sweet sugars. You can smell figs. There's just wonderful, delightful flavors in the air. And it just seems like you're stepping into a party. Doesn't seem like anybody is reacting to you in the least bit.
I think Fenn would move into the room.
Faye will follow right after.
So the moment you step into the room, Fenn, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, and then Mistress, I need you to do a wisdom saving throw as well. All right, Fenn, yours would have been an advantage, and you still failed, but it's not hypnotic lights. So there is that. You're going to see kind of like 30 or so feet above you at like the kind of peak of this tower, like where this long stretching incline kind of comes up here. Above your heads, it's kind of just gone up and into the darkness beyond where the lights are set. But you can see like the moment you actually pass through the doors, you're going to gain the sense of where this creature is because it's talking to you telepathically when it tells you, "You do not belong here. Leave this room immediately." And Fenn, you are inclined to do so. Mistress Fey, you too are inclined to leave the ballroom. I think everybody else would essentially just kind of hear maybe like the shutters of kind of like a moving, not like fully door, but like think of almost like the like those dressing like window shutters that like block off a kind of corner of a room. You almost hear like the soft shutters of this like very light wooden door-like apparatus open up for this creature to kind of like step out on the balcony above you, kind of thing.
Fed would suggest we might have to deal with those creatures if we're going to get in. They keep casting whatever it is on us to make us leave. They incline us to leave, we're gonna have to deal with them. Because otherwise we may not get any further.
Brannick is going to look up towards this. Well, oh, sorry, never mind. He didn't hear what it said, right? It's telepathic, so.
Yeah, effectively, you just kind of see it like overlooking you all, and in that same moment, Mistress Fey and Fenn would have backed up. There's no reason that you guys have to jump into the back of the order either. You can basically move forward, and then like when you move backward, everybody else would back up.
I think like as they're backing out, Brannick's like, "What is it? What's inside? What did you see?"
It's those creatures again that keep telling us we don't belong here.
We performed the ritual, the arcane octet. We belong here as much as anyone.
He said we're not allowed, and I believe him.
I have no intention of leaving so soon.
Any suggestions on how to deal with this? If not, I mean, you can always just try to force your way through. But if they're able to compel us and make us believe we don't belong here, it might prove a little bit difficult.
If we have to force our way, that's what we must do. And I think with that, Brannick is going to try to move in himself into the hall with, I guess Brath will be kind of with him moving in as well.
Gotcha. So, Fenn, you are cleared of that charm on yourself. You'll watch as Brannick steps in.
Yeah, I feel like I would have moving in right beside him.
And Brannick will hear the same kind of like imperative. You're not welcome here. Please leave immediately.
And I think Brannick is going to again he's going to repeat, we did the necessary steps. And he's going to try to continue on in. He's not sure what, I guess at this point he's not sure what caused Fenn and Faye to retreat, but he's kind of trying to ignore the voice in his head.
So let me get a wisdom saving throw from Brennick here. So you hear this imperative, you're kind of inclined to just ignore it and progress forward. You kind of move into this ballroom. There's people dancing to and fro. They all seem to be paying no more attention to you than what it effectively takes for them to not bump into or step into you. And let me get a wisdom saving throw from Brath as well, please.
I would assume he's like a thief. I don't think wisdom would be one of his proficiencies in terms of saving throws. So
My bad. I was actually like looking it up right now to send you the thief card, but yeah, I can almost guarantee he should be intelligence and dexterity, I think.
yeah, sounds right.
So yeah, he would step back, kind of inclined at this point, just like Mistress Faye, to not really hold. And I think from there, the others will at least see as the figure disappears.
I think he cut out there, Mar.
My bad. Yeah, so once those two kind of progress forward, once like Fenn and Brennick are like moving into the ball, the figure on the overlook is going to disappear off of that balcony.
Brannick would be essentially he's going to have his mage in essentially just kind of like following right behind him. And he's actually going to use his cloak of many fashions. He's actually going to try to essentially emulate kind of the fashion that he's seeing on these beings, like kind of dancing around, almost like trying to make something like similar.
Gotcha. What is Fenn doing? And I feel like what the other sidekicks would be Bartimaeus and Lyra. Are they all following suit? Right now, only two people are inclined to stay outside.
Yeah, Lyra will follow in.
So after a moment, as you all start to move in here, there's going to be a moment where like the door to the east of you opens up. There's still people dancing all around you all, moving in between and past you as they're kind of gallivanting around, very narrowly missing you, very narrowly not stepping on or bumping into you. But you're going to hear kind of like the little click of a door and kind of as it like swings on its hinges. And then, Brennick, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. So as you look over towards the door, like to respond to like this sound in the ball and like all of this like flowing movement happening around you, there's just like a sharp pain through your head, and you like focus over into this creature that's been psychically speaking to you. Having stepped out of the door, you can see its hand like reached out towards your face, and it's like dragging you down towards the ground. um and like you feel 6 points of psychic damage. It's kind of 6 points of psychic damage. It's kind of like assaulting your brain from within. uh what would you do to respond to that, Brennick?
Um, And it's sorry, it seems to be coming from this creature right outside the door, right? And this looks like one of the things we've seen before.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah, so I think his first instinct would be to just launch a firebolt at it in return as he kind of feels this psychic assault.
Gotcha. Roll the hit. Roll for damage. So, like, melting away like a large chunk of its flesh and burning away much of its robes. You can see, like, as this creature's like ignited in the flames. Not terribly strong. Doesn't seem to have any sort of reaction from the guests at the ball. The music plays on.
And I think, he's going to move a little bit, almost kind of like more instinctively backing away from like the psychic assault. But anyway, that's essentially, and he would be kind of like telling the Galvin, like, silence that thing, like kill it. I don't know.
Make an attack with the Galvin.
And then I don't know if Brath can try to get back into the room or if he's still kind of under the impulsion that says stay outside.
You could do another wisdom saving throw with Brash as well as Mistress Faye.
I think he said the Galvin is +6.
Gotcha. 10 is going to miss. Why did you roll with advantage? Was that just a cover if it did have advantage?
No, I couldn't remember if it had 1 or 2, but I was thinking of something else. So, yeah, it just has the one shocking grasp, I think it is.
Gotcha. Yeah, that sounds right. So +6 on that one. Oh, wait, no, it should be. Oh, wait a second. That's not a sidekick.
Yeah, I thought you had actually given me a sheet for it. I just.
I mean, who knows how often we send stuff? It gets lost really quickly. Yeah, +6 to its attack, so that is going to miss. But it is 2 attacks, though. You were right there. The second one would be successful. You can deal a d6 +4 lightning damage. I think it's at 13 hit points. Yeah, you can't kill it, but you can get it.
And that next one was Brath attempting to overcome, but he is still outside. He is still kind of afraid to come inside her, unwilling to.
Did you roll a wisdom saving throw, Mistress Faye? And Fenn, watching as Brennick kind of like spins, almost like grasping at his head and then releasing fire towards this creature coming out of the side hall. Do you have any sort of thoughts what you would like to do?
Yeah, I'm going to run up and attempt to attack it.
I think with 3 attacks, you'd probably be pretty successful, like 95% of the time. If you did flurry of blows, I'd probably say you're almost 100% that you're going to kill this thing. But do you have any thoughts of what you're going to attack it with?
Well, because it's only wounded, and I have used a couple of key points already, and we haven't actually done a short rest, so I'm not at full key. I'm just going to do 3 attacks, sword, and then 2 unarmed.
Gotcha. I think you fought these enough. You have a solid sense that you can turn this mortally wounded thing into a completely dead thing pretty successfully.
You say that until the natural ones start coming out.
That's part of why I'm so excited to just get all around to the 1 D&D style. Yeah, that looks like 3 hits, 7, 6, 7. Yeah, you'll definitely clobber right through this thing. So as Brath as well as Mistress Faye no longer have this inclination to stay outside. Let me get perceptions from, or wait, let me get insights from Fenn and Brennick as this ball still is happening all around you guys. So the two of you kind of have this eerie sense of feeling these people are not paying attention to you in the least bit. They are not reacting to you all taking hostile action. They're not really doing anything but dancing and partying. What are you guys thinking about while you're inside of this ball?
So Brennick, he actually wants to try to making it look accidental, almost kind of brush up against one. He just wants to actually check if they're even corporeal. They seem like they are, right? But
Gotcha. Roll. Fuck it. Yeah, you can kind of reach out as long as you're not pinching a girl's ass or something like that. I think you can touch somebody in a mundane way and feel, yeah,
almost just brushing a shoulder kind of thing.
Yeah, you can feel without much effort. These people feel real enough. You could certainly, if you were inclined do potentially damage to them as living beings, you could potentially try to speak to these creatures as well. It's kind of up to you guys what level of interaction that you would take, but they feel real enough.
So he's going to look back towards the others. I can try to sense its thoughts or speak to it. What do you think? Or we just continue on? They seem to be ignoring us. Perhaps we should do the same to them.
Yeah, if I would agree. If they're not directly interacting with us at the moment, then I see no need for us to interact with them for now.
I don't know, just because it can. I want to use the helmet telepathy to use detect thoughts on one of the dancers, just to try to get a underlying impression.
When you reach out, there's nothing there.
They're not illusions, but yet I can detect no thoughts.
Perhaps there are some more advanced form of these things, and he'll gesture towards the his own Galvin and the dead one. But in any event, perhaps we should continue on. Kind of gesture, north or whatever actual direction that is to ahead of them.
Yeah, I think this actually finally gets the orientation of Yithrin back to north is up.
Okay.
that goddamn map of sitting at a 46-degree angle. It's gone. So you've got kind of like a few different things to note. There's the door to the east, the door to the west. There's like a caddy corner door to the east that's closed, like beyond you, but not up on the next level. Up on the next level, you can see that there's like a large kind of hallway off to the west. There's a small door off to the east, and then there is a central passage off to the north.
So Brannick will he would have like kind of started up the stairs, but then kind of paused and turned and looked back to the others to, see where they want to go. If they want to investigate some of these other side doors first.
I think we should search the rooms that they came from. See what's in there. And if there's any more of them, we could probably deal with them immediately.
Might be a good idea.
So head off to the east.
Yeah, I guess probably start with the one that this one came out of, right?
Yep.
And sorry, Mara, for the Galvin, is it like a normal creature that regains like hit points on a long rest, or is it like a construct in it that basically like, because I haven't been keeping great track of. I know it's been damaged, but and I think pretty severely. So I'm not sure if it actually like recovers any health or if it's kind of.
Oh, you don't have mending, do you?
No, so I'm thinking if it's a construct, it's not going to recover like a person. So it's probably
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the weird level of it's a monster. It's meant to be killed in a single session. It's never supposed to live. So there's not really any like means normally for them to recover hit points. I would say just kind of consider it at like maybe 60 instead of 68 hit points, and try to keep track of it. But in the long run, I think if it's going to get killed, it's going to get killed whether it's at full health or reduced health.
okay. Because I know it took a lot of damage in the Nothic fight. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I just don't bother keeping track of those things. So maybe started at 50% health.
Yeah, I'll put it at bloodied. So yeah, that's good. That works for me.
Yeah, I think maybe at some point you can kind of focus on the idea of if you want to keep it healthy, you just have to kind of like pull it back and stop using it in combat. But it's just kind of up to you. I don't think it has to be something that you expect to be immortal. But you guys can open up that door, continue down into the hallway. You see it turns to the right. There's another hallway that leads to your left, and then there's another hallway straight ahead that you have a pretty solid sense is the hall that it kind of met you guys at the overlook of that balcony. Hallway's about 5 feet wide, about 15 or so feet tall. Who's going first?
Brannick is looking towards either Faye or Fenn.
Tell you what,
I always give ladies first, but I'll take it.
So I've already kind of described to that point. You can see that there's a hallway to your left, our right, or the hallway that's ahead of you kind of continues off to where it like overlooked at the balcony.
Yeah, so I'm gonna look down to the our right, its left, his left.
Got a door straight ahead that is shut and closed, another like mahogany door, and another hallway that is off to the left again.
Gonna peek my head around the corner and see if what I can glimpse.
Another shut up mahogany door.
In which case, I'm going to listen at the door to the east.
Silence. Well, beyond the actual music outside, there's no discernible noise coming from within. Probably pretty hard to recognize because there is the ball, but
Maybe we can get our resident. Can he check traps or something? Is it locked? Does it look like it's locked? We have to try it first.
I don't think there's any reason that the actual thief as a sidekick would be better at discerning traps than you yourself would be. As far as things go, I didn't really pay attention to it, Justin. Was there any special abilities that he had that was like thieving style of shit, or
No, all the special like things are combat related. He does have. I mean, he has sleight of hand as a skill, but
yeah, I would put that at you guys, like, they're never meant to actually function as full characters. So if you're curious about looking for traps or checking if the door is locked, it's probably going to fall to you, Fenn. So are you thinking check for traps, or do you just want to, like, check the door and see if you can get in?
Yeah, I'll do I'll try to do a check for traps. Can't hurt.
Gotcha. Give me an investigation here. Looking over the door, I don't think you have any reason to sense that there's any sort of security measures. This place has kind of shown you signs of its like merit-based protection. You've not come up on like a lock on any of the three doors that you've kind of come to. They all seem to just open. You had the one creature that was basically saying, "Get out," and it might have mildly injured Brennick, but it's probably more like a splinter. There's not really security measures per se at this point.
so I imagine the wizards who came in and out of the place wouldn't want to be dealing with traps all the time. So unless we get into what looks like a restricted area, my guess is we're probably okay. Though doesn't hurt to be cautious.
And then we'll open the door.
Fail. All right, so as you open into this room, I don't even know how to explain that shape, but it is almost like an oblong, kind of like partially triangle, partially rectangular, What you do notice is all across the walls there are staves of different colors kind of mounted to the wall. Some of them more beautiful and ornate than others. All of them seem to be in some way kind of fashioned and on display in this place. But as you look over them, you've got a pale ash with a owl's head carved into its top, a smooth, polished blue-tinted wood that seems strong and almost steel-like, with black veins running through it, and an octopus carved into its top. A translucent purple glass like stave that is splits into 3 branches at the top that circle around one another to form a hollow spiral with an orb of lighter purple glass tucked inside. There is a golden, I don't even know what Laspar wood is, with a little carving of a fish swimming upriver along its length. And then another is made of weir wood. It's kind of a hardy oak, and it's kind of like gnarled and twisted, and the top is kind of carved to resemble a human hand grasping a snake. And then the last one is made of chardolin, the beautiful black.
You cut off at glass. I think you were about to say glass, but that's what you cut off at.
Yeah, it's made of chardolin. It's that glassy steel, black glass like steel ice.
So we didn't. Avarice never told us what the staff that she was looking for looked like, right? That's more a question for Don and Rashad, just in case I am not.
She didn't even want to say what she's looking for, other than it was hers, and in there somewhere.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Rashad.
I was going to ask, well, Faye was going to ask, Freddie, do you have a way to kind of find magical objects or specific objects that we've been looking for? Or would it be something that has to be personally yours?
While you all are contemplating that, can I get an intelligence check from Brennick and Fenn? That's sufficient enough. She asked for Iriolathars' staff. Not a particular staff, or not like a generic staff, but his staff.
Okay, gotcha.
I think I remember that now. But that was when Alexis was alive, I believe. No.
It must have been.
Oh, shit, it was? Okay.
And if not Valixis, then it was definitely Galeria.
Well, at some point I could try to, if I can reach someone who might have an answer for us if we can't find it ourselves. But in the meantime, I would say let's just see what we find. And Brannick is definitely kind of interested in taking a closer look at the staffs in this room. So he's going to try and kind of make his way forward.
So at some point as well, Avarice is going to make her way into there. Are you doing anything to identify them, or are you just going in there to look over them?
So he has nothing to identify. He could cast Detect Magic, but it would take him 10 minutes, and he's fairly certain this whole place probably radiates magic. So he'd probably be more, I guess, maybe doing more of a visual inspect, like seeing if there's any, aside from the kind of with the descriptions you've already given us, if there are any runes or anything that would jump out at him as suggesting these are any particular type of staff or any tied to any particular school or anything like that. I don't.
Roll an Arcana check. Initial look over things, you probably have a solid sense that most of these staves are indeed just spellcasting focused. If there's anything of interest here, it's probably going to be the Chardolin, as that is the magical building block of the Netheril. It's the rarest of these things. It's one of those things that, it's like finding like petrified wood nowadays is like really cool and always valuable. Even if it's a shit find, it's something special because it just doesn't exist anymore. Like you can't just make petrified forests. And like there's almost that kind of like mystical value to Chardolin just on its own.
Yeah, and this is so I think Brannick would be kind of drawn to that. And I think unless anyone objected, he would go to reach out to. Is it like I guess on, I don't know, like pegs or like can he essentially try to remove it from the wall and actually take it?
Yeah, I would say again, they're kind of like hanging on display, but it's far more, say, like almost like a dowel that has like a rounded outer edge. So it's little more than putting a little bit of effort into lifting it up and you've got it. Like it's not mounted to the wall.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so he would go to do that.
And Fenn, are you moving off towards this next room to your north?
Yeah, I'm going to open that up while they're expecting the.
Gotcha. Make a Constitution saving throw for me. So there is a foul, like, wind of death that just kind of like flows out of this room as you open up that door and you take a moment to kind of contain yourself. You don't feel like any poisonous effect upon you, but you have a very like this is like how there's like a nostalgia to memories sometimes and how powerful they can be, that smells can often be overpowering in themselves. And this takes you back. You feel the poison and death in this room. Let me have you make a intelligence. If you have Arcana, it can be Arcana, but yeah, I think you're just straight intelligence here. As you kind of like gather yourself from like the sense and like the horrors of kind of this smell, you're inside of a laboratory like the one that you all found in the Necromancy Tower. This room is for getting rid of your body and taking the form of a brain in a vat. You can see the glass chambers. You can see the like formaldehyde, like large, massive jars. And as like that initial kind of like feeling of disgust kind of clears over you, you can look around this room a little more clear-headed and recognize what this room is. If you want to get rid of your body, this is where you can do it.
Faye would kind of move forward and ask each of them what they found.
Oh, my bad. I should have actually gone on here. There's actually a body on the table as well here. There is a massive armored body just laying across that table in like black chandelier steel. And on top of it, there's a small jar with a brain inside of this vat. And it's just kind of like laid down on the table.
So assuming nothing happened when Pernick took the staff, he would kind of show it to Faye as she asks, and nice find, I think. I think it suits me. But he will otherwise kind of move and kind of look to follow Fenn.
That thing's on the table?
When I drop things into the game, it doesn't always create them at the right size.
I was about to be like, damn, that's a... Is it just the body? Or is that sword there too?
It does indeed have a sword.
Alright, someone been explained this to us. May I inspect the body? Or investigate the body?
You realize this is why I call you a loot whore, right?
I
The
do.
moment a sword hits the table, you're like, ooh, I'm going to participate in the game.
I wholeheartedly embrace that. I am not even ashamed. But I was honestly just waiting to see what everyone else was doing before that, because they were just interacting, so I didn't want to cut anyone off. It just happens like that.
So, assuming that you move past Fenn and enter into the room, what would you like to do when you inspect the body? What are you doing?
Actually, upon seeing the body, and seeing everything in the room, she actually wants to inspect the body to see if he died from ingesting poisons or if the body was outright killed before having what was done to it.
So, are you just looking over the body, or are you actually like touching and investigating the body? Perception or investigation?
Investigation.
So, roll an investigation for me here. And move yourself into the room. What's everyone else doing as Mistress Faye kind of heads into this little chamber and starts to look over this creature?
Brennick's just gonna, give like a little be wary. The last disembodied brain we found was a little unstable. But I assume probably at some point, like now that we've, since we've been kind of walking along and stuff, they would have shared the information about what they had found in the necromancy tower and kind of being attacked by the crawling claws and all that.
Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to cover like last week, that we kind of like said and you might have missed, but I want everybody like to reiterate on a regular. When they met in the Tower of Conjuration, you guys caught up Rashad. Rashad knows what Rashad knows. There's very few things that Valixis kept secret that Galeria didn't know. I don't think there's any reason for you guys, unless you know specific things you did not want to share because you didn't trust Mistress Faye. For the purpose of the game, this is a well-informed character. While you are looking over the body, there's nothing about this body that tells you it is dead. You can sense that there's still magic within this creature. You can see moving parts, and while you are touching it, you are going to hear, "The lady is not keen to be touched without her consent." And as you hear that, this large steel Chardolin creature is going to kind of rise up and kind of looking towards Mistress Faye. "What are your intentions?"
Honestly, I thought you were dead, so I was trying to see if you were dead by means of physical or internal, like poisons.
Death is a mundane state, well beneath my station. Unhand me.
Oh, she kind of just backs away from him. All right. It seems our friend here is still alive.
We meant no disrespect, lady.
Veneranda.
Lady Veneranda. I apologize. And Brannick would introduce himself.
This point kind of fully stood up, standing little over probably like I think pretty much at the same height as Mistress Faye. This creature is like a little bit over 7 foot tall, so it would be a solid foot or so taller than most of the adventuring party here. Plenty broad shoulders to be kind of given like a lady's name. Looking at the body, this body isn't even remotely feminine in the least bit.
So if I would ask, how did you end up in this state? Or more so, why were you just laying on the table? I mean, I know people like to take naps in weird places sometimes.
The city of Yithrin crashed into this glacier 3,000. I feel like I've given you guys different dates, but I'm going to give you an exact date from her right now. I feel like I've said 5,000 and I went for 3,000 there. So I'm going back to the 5,000. Let's say 5,267 years ago. And 45 days. As far as I understand, I'm the only survivor. And to do so successfully, I gave up my body. The city is ruined. I cannot bring power back to it. So I set myself to rest, to wait for more of the netheril to return. None of you are of my kind. Give me word. What has happened to the netheril?
Faye would kind of turn towards Finn and Brannick and gesture if either one of them wants to inform her of what's happened to our people.
So Brannick would he would like adopt kind of a almost like melancholic face, like a somber expression, and try to kind of explain, we've encountered one or two other Netherese who, in one condition or another, seemed to survive, but sadly, the vast majority are no more. Or he might even share kind of their suspicions about, or his suspicions about, like maybe some of the Nothics that are running around out in the city are maybe used to be Netherese that succumb to whatever weird, strange kind of radiation is going on. But he would be fairly open about at least what he knows.
Iriolathars collected an object that is perhaps the source of their fate. Many outside of the tower have likely succumbed.
And when she says Iriolathars, Brannick's eyes are going to dart towards Avarice. And then what is this? What was this object? If you do not mind my asking.
Roll a persuasion. Shortly before our fate, we retrieved a spindle from beneath the sea. Curious of its power and uses, perhaps we doomed ourselves. It's one of the few things that changed in the city between our height and our fall. And it remains with us still as these millennia pass.
And I suppose the spindle, I imagine, was kept here for within this spire, or was it for study?
It was most certainly for study, and is indeed in the spire. Above us still. Within the stasis chamber where it was meant to be locked away.
You said where it was meant to be locked away. Does that mean it's no longer locked there?
It is not my place to go where I do not belong. What is Iriolathars is his, and his alone. It should be where it is. If it is not, then I know not why it has moved. Surely you appreciate your station in life?
I enjoy it well enough.
And if we wanted to speak with this Iriolathars, do you happen to know where we might find him? Where he keeps his quarters?
He wanders the city still. But if you go upward, you will find him. The spire is his. The entirety.
Brannick will kind of nod and kind of like a little grateful nod and thank you, Lady Veneranda. You've been most helpful. Apologies again for disturbing your rest. So that's kind of all the questions Braddock has, but he will obviously, wait and see if the others want to keep questioning her.
No, I don't think I have any more questions.
So if there are no more questions, what would you all like to do?
So Brannick is going to head back out towards like the main hallway, and maybe suggest we make our way back into the main ball and continue. He's thinking that if the spire is, or all the spire is ruthless, is well, I guess if it wanders, he may have the staff with him, but in any event, maybe we should keep exploring. So I think Faye, you had suggested we search or check this other door off here to the left.
Yeah, it'd be good to see what else we can actually find. We know we need to go up, but best always check the area.
After you.
So Faye is just gonna go ahead and head into the next, headed down the next alleyway. Left or right?
So heading down, you all can find a hall that opens up in both directions. You can see that the hall extends off to the west, twice above you and once below you. Once you investigate them further enough, you can see that all of these are blocked by, once again, a mahogany door.
Faye would actually head up to the first door on the left. Just gonna actually try to open it and peer inside.
So looking into the first of these rooms, you can see a small room that has like a singular desk, a small little like veranda for like holding like paperwork, and kind of has like everything that you would need in like a little office. Much of it is kind of scattered about in disarray, covered in ice. But otherwise, there doesn't seem to be like a living quarters, but it's some sort of like an office.
Brennick will move to follow her in. He might try and look at some of the papers, try to see if if there's a way to tell maybe who this office belonged to. If there's any like names or anything kind of written on any of the papers, or
Just trying to like look them over. Are you picking things up? Are you casting your spell? Can you do it on command yet?
I do have it prepared, so I could cast. Yeah, he'll go ahead and cast comprehend languages.
I thought 10th level wizard was when you could actually do that on at need, though. It became like a cantrip almost.
Oh, that's one of the options for third sight or whatever. But I think I need to. I can only change it on a short rest.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, casting comprehend languages, looking over some of the paperwork. Are you investigating, touching things, or are you just kind of looking over things, perception check?
Yeah, who would be picking up the papers and kind of trying to like read them over?
Gotcha. Let me get an investigation from you. Most all of the parchment that you touch crumbles almost immediately upon touching it. The little bits that you can kind of translate without touching things, you can make out enough information that it seems almost like these are like governmental or bureaucratic in nature. That it's like a temporary place to house a wizard who has come to visit this place. But each time you kind of like try to investigate a little bit closer, you're destroying just as much as you're uncovering.
Gotcha. So like kind of once he kind of realized how like fragile everything was, which he probably should have realized in the first place, but he would, then probably try to limit himself to just trying to kind of read what he could without moving stuff. But then, yeah. Yeah, he would kind of let the others know it doesn't seem like it's anything, just some bureaucrat or civil servant office, perhaps. Visiting dignitary quarters.
Continuing on to another of them to search through.
Yes.
North or south?
I'll leave it up to one of you this time. I chose the first stuff.
Let's say go continue on north and check this one up here first.
So Fenn would move further up and proceed to open the door. Looks the same in here. Does it? Or is this place covered in ice too?
Covered in ice as well. Pretty similar situation. The room is slightly different in shape, but you find it's a pretty similar situation where there's a desk, a chair, a light, a little veranda for like storing some paperwork. But you get a pretty quick, solid recognition. This is pretty similar. Do you want to search through this room at all?
Is this a kind of desk that would have like drawers? We could try to maybe just like check first before we move on.
Yeah, it's a pretty similar setup as the other one where, it's like the drawers I would say are probably in the like veranda more than in the desk itself. But that's kind of like the idea is like there's a desk for writing and working, but like a separate piece of furniture for like the storage of some of the things. But the whole room is in disarray. Like this place still crashed to the ground in a pretty like horrific accident.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, he would probably Brennan would just like rifle through real quick, maybe like some of the scattered drawers, unless it's obvious there's nothing there, and then but other than that, he'd be ready to move on.
Another investigation. So going through some of the paperwork, you find a like partially completed journal that you don't necessarily have to disturb to get to. And you get almost like a half page that you can read out of this where whoever this diplomat was kind of outlines that they've recently recovered a stone spindle from the ancient kingdom of Astoria. And they've brought it on board. They took the stone spindle into the stasis room. And it's the last journal entry within this this diplomat's notes.
And would Brannick have any knowledge of Astoria?
Let's get a history check from the three of you.
I think I know what it's referring to as a player, but obviously.
So on that one, I'm curious if you think 15 is high enough. Do you want to use some of your inspiration to be more sure that you know what you know, or do you feel that it's sufficient?
So, how many inspiration did you say you had me at? Because I only have me at 1 left.
Oh man, I might not have recorded when you burned a bunch then.
I think I used
thought
a
you were
lot
at
of
10.
it. Yeah, I think I used a lot of it.
So I would say on that note then, Astoria is an ancient kingdom of the giants. I think you could maybe start to take it back to the question of the ages when giants and dragons battled. I feel like that's kind of sufficient for what I'm looking for out of a 15, especially since you can go up to a 29 with your proficiency.
Yeah, I mean, it's like maybe it's like something he'd like come across, like in other research, just like brief passages, but it doesn't have any detailed information. But he would share kind of the little he what what that name jogs in his memory with the others.
But you're basically talking about like an object that makes the Netherese look young.
Right, yeah. Like it's almost like mythical. Like, I mean, well, the Netherese are almost too for most people, but
yeah. Looking up some of the dates, the Kingdom of a Story is founded in 30,000 years before Dale Reckoning.
yeah, so that is truly ancient. It's almost like, yeah, it's like prehistory. Definitely fascinating. Brennick's definitely interested in find out more about this spindle, but um, after kind of like looking through that journal, he'd be very ready to move on.
We still got you in tow here, Don?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. You guys can go check the other room. Find it is similar to the others where it's filled with like frozen and damaged parchment. Again, nothing really of note than to basically recognize like all three of these are kind of like diplomat chambers. But from here, where would you like to explore?
We can head further north, further into the tower.
Well, we have to climb at some point. Might as well.
So there's the last room on this level. It's on that northeastern side. And then there is a door on the northeastern wall on the next level, as well as like kind of the hallway that goes off on that next level. But if Fenn heads over to that door, so I think going into that door, you're going to spot a bunch more of kind of guests of the party. They're all kind of like sitting about a large table, maybe playing like kind of drunken drinking games. There's a few like soft couches that kind of like make up like areas where some people are like lounging, maybe smoking large pipes. Perhaps some people are like playing craps. Other people are kind of like talking about the ales that they're sampling. But you can just kind of find like more people who are reveling and kind of celebrating in a similar way. They're just not necessarily dancing. But otherwise, it's just kind of like this is another room with the party going on.
Perhaps we should leave them to their fun.
And I think it's meant to be. Maybe that's not meant to be like a craps table, and that's supposed to be the bar. So maybe there's a Majin who's kind of standing behind bar, serving drinks to anybody who kind of comes in here. But this is almost like the whiskey kind of tap room or like the wine tap room, off from the bar.
It's been a while since Brannick had any wine. He might actually see if it's actually any good. Maybe they have some way of magically preserving it.
Yeah, go inside and you want to ask for a glass of wine?
Yeah, he'll head up to the bar and yeah.
All right. I don't think there's actually a door there where I blocked it off to the north.
Oh, where it's like kind of like purple.
Yeah, I gotta change my bots. Ooh, nice. I gotta change my bots like scroll thing so I can move it better. It's like zooming in and out. But another bonus is my push to talk button works even when I have my mouse scrolled over onto my bot's computer. So yeah, I think you could actually see that this next room that's like up from that next level on the east side is connected to this. I can't really tell what's supposed to be in there from the picture, but I think it's just a part of this room. Maybe that little red purple thing is meant to be like maybe some like beads. So it's like kind of like gypsy like walking through that little area. But yeah, you can go over there, ask for a glass of wine. The little Majin behind the counter will, let's say, ask you whether you are drinking red, white, or because I'm biased, trash. But it's up to you what you would request.
Nice red would hit the spot, I think. Yeah, so he'll ask for a glass of red wine.
Gotcha. So, yep, we'll pour you a wonderful glass of very rich, kind of like strong, like bouquet to it. Very solid legs to the actual swirl of this glass. This is an extremely strong, very powerful, very delicious, albeit quite dry red wine. You can feel that like pucker of the tannins as you take like a sip of it.
Yeah, so Brannick will kind of nod appreciatively. You don't think I could have a bottle to carry around through the party, or is that too much to ask?
Let me get a persuasion from you here. You can have, yeah, let me just get a persuasion. Guests are welcome to drink all they would enjoy. You need not carry it. But if you require so, you are more than welcome. Does the vintage suit you?
Yes. If you have a bottle of, and he'll kind of like gesture towards the one he just drank, that would be wonderful.
So you can certainly add to your sheet that you have a bottle of Netherese wine of the, what are we going for? So far, I can't even pick an actual date here, but the value is 50 gold. And this is one of those classic things that I would remind you, when I give you a price, that's something that you can start with so you can record it and tell me those things. When you record that it is a Netherese bottle of wine, that means you could spend like a year or two trying to sell it and maybe get 1,000 gold. Or you could try to spend like a day and sell it for 30 or 40. So it's all about how long you want to take to try to trade something. But you can mark down that you have a Netherese bottle of wine.
Yeah, it's definitely the kind of thing like, there's probably some collector out there somewhere, as long as I can take the time to find them, that would pay a good deal for this. Or I could just, it's a good bottle of wine. So,
Yeah,
momentum
like in Luskin, you could probably get rid of it really quick for what it's worth. In Waterdeep, you could probably get 2 to 3 times what it's worth really quick. But that's one of those things, again, like location as well as how long you spend doing it. Waterdeep might be just as dangerous to advertise as it is to simply sell it, because once people hear, if they're not willing to buy it, they might be willing to kill for it.
Exactly. And if you have that from the Netherese, what else might he have? Just kill him and take. Yeah. That was
Fenn,
most. Oh, no, sorry.
my
Go ahead.
bad. Fenn, are you going in for a glass of wine? Would you like to request the same?
Elderberry wine.
I'm trying to think if I should have them laugh at you, but I feel like that would actually make sense instead of it being a grape. So I think, yeah, they can pour you a good elderberry. I don't know if I've ever actually sampled what that would taste like to describe a bouquet to you, but you could certainly enjoy it. Are you just going for a glass, or are you going to try the same thing to get a bottle?
I was trying to think of like what kind of wine would an elf drink, and then I'm the same as you. I have no idea what elderberry. I just know from Monty Python elderberry.
If I recall, one of the things about elderberries is that while they grow prolifically like in mountain alpine regions, the fact that they grow in alpine regions makes them extremely difficult to cultivate. So it's more one of those things that like when you have it, you've got it and you can use it. But like you can't just open a vineyard of elderberry to make a wine. Um, that's my recollection, just like offhand without looking it up. But I'm pretty sure that's part of why that's a little bit more special of a wine. But yeah, you can definitely get that glass. Again, the room up above you all just kind of leads back out into the ballroom. By the time you leave there, you guys can kind of see across the hall into that other room. Seems to almost be, I want to call it immediately like a hookah kind of bar. But I think it's just going to be described as like a den. So take like a chamber just like laden with like cushions and rugs and carpets. There's a few people who are kind of sitting in there. Maybe you pick up like some of the band is inside of there. I see like a harp drawn on the page. But I feel like it's kind of like a hookah bar where people are kind of chilling there. Yeah, and it says the harp is like magically plucked. So I feel like on some level, this is kind of the source of the band playing for the ball. It's like all the stoners sitting in the like really nice, comfy places as they like play music. Yeah, man. But instead of the hookah, there is a large gem-studded wooden chest in the center of the room. It's kind of like a round marble table, and it's shaped as a octopus. It is a hookah. That's got to be a hookah. Other than that, you guys can see that the exit to the north just kind of like seems to look out as if it's almost like a window over the city. There doesn't appear to be anywhere to walk in that northern wall.
Yeah, so the Brannick is going to give another nod and kind of like a to the Magian, and then head back out with the others, ready to keep going. Just testing, you guys can hear me?
We can indeed.
Okay, good. Thought maybe my Bluetooth cut out again, but
I guess that leaves us with north.
onward. Brannick will offer to go to this door, try to open it.
My apologies. I was already describing that. You guys can see out of that area. It's just like overlooking the city. There's nothing there. It's not a door. This is like an open almost window that you can like just see. There's just an opening into an abyss of the city, basically.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were like describing like this part of the this room as like the window. My bad.
Surely there's a way to go further up.
Brennick, roll a perception check for me. Across this kind of like abyss in the city, you can see the other part of the spire that was kind of like separated and kind of like visible from like when you guys were outside of the city. And you can see like across this chasm about 50 or so feet, hundreds of feet down below you. But across this chasm, about 50 or so feet, you can see a similar kind of window that opens up into a lit room. There's something across the way there.
Yeah, so Brannock will share that with the others. No idea how we're all going to get across, but and does it look like this chasm was like naturally there, or does it look like parts of it was like part of this is part of the damage that the spire took in a
Smooth walls, these are part of the construction of this tower.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, I thought I had. Give me 1 second. I got a cross a side view I can show you in a second. So that's kind of like the side view of the actual spire that you guys would have seen going around this. I think you guys are probably looking at it from, I want to say, the opposite side. I don't have a sense of which side is which for you.
So I see what looks like a little window, like
that actually
bottom.
fits right. So about a third of the way up, you can see that little window on the like inside of the spire, and you guys would have come up from those two like connectors that go off like screen left in the bottom left. So when you walk through this ball, you're like kind of like back to those entry tunnels, and in front of you is that hole ahead of you.
Okay, and we didn't coming up the initial tunnels. We didn't see anywhere it branched off. Like it just led directly up to this area, right?
That is correct.
I imagine it was easy enough for the Netherese to traverse this, but
I do have one potion of flying. If someone's wanting to go across, they could probably hook a rope on that end, and we can hook one on this end and try to cross that way. Otherwise, we could try and see if we can find another way across.
My apologies. Brennick, do you have sea invisibility on?
10 feet in front of me, yes. Or 10 feet line of sight, yeah.
While everybody else looks across this chasm and sees fear-inducing vertigo, you see that there's a passageway that leads about 10 feet out into the chasm and then immediately arrests.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Brannock, well, it actually looks like there's an invisible path, perhaps across. I can't tell how if it goes all the way, but I can try and see.
Well, alternatively, I think a thief is the perfect type of person to have like a bag of sand on him for blinding people. You can have Barth do the Temple of not Temple of Doom, Last Crusade, and just throw sand out into the void.
Oh yeah, and actually, yeah, he has flash powder as one of his like special maneuvers, so he could use some of that powder to kind of for the others, I guess. But Brannick would like kind of start out across, like test it to make sure it's like solid, and then start, and then maybe the thief could use like some of the powder to kind of do that, make it more visible for the others.
Yep, so you guys can basically walk across this bridge that Brannick kind of shows, the thief kind of following behind him, just kind of scattering little bits of powder. You can kind of see that it is effectively a 5-foot wide bridge. It leads from one window to the next. Any bit of deviation to the side, were there wind in this place, it would be extra freaky. But this is obviously like the designer's throwback to Indiana Jones, as far as I'm concerned. It is meant to be that moment where you look across this chasm and you just have to have faith that people walk to this on a regular basis. And you guys can pass across and enter into where there's no way that I'm going to attempt to reveal the actual like shape of it. I'm just gonna reveal it all. All right, so this entire chamber is like mirrored glass, basically. Like everything is reflecting back upon you. So it has a very kind of like not like a Hall of Mirrors, kind of like horrific, but it has that kind of like uh almost vertigo inducing kind of effect. Your like inner ears don't know what to kind of make of things, as you're just kind of like seeing like into infinity in one direction and then into another. You just kind of see like a distorted self, but this is just a kind of crazy reflective room. There are 11 alcoves within this room, all of them kind of leading off into their own little niche. And there is a glowing crystal mounted within each of them that kind of floats about 5 feet above the floor.
Perhaps there's some way to use these to. Imagine these might have some sort of transportation function.
Question is,
when you ask if there's a way to like use these, if there's a transportation function, there's going to be kind of a creature that like forms up in the center, almost like kind of like right between you and your mage in there, Brannick. And it kind of like looks to you. They are indeed for transportation, sir.
Yes, thank you.
It's kind of like a semi-translucent creature, but you can kind of see like some of the reflections of yourselves in this place are like scattering light back upon it, and it forms this creature. So it has a weird kind of form of all, what is it, 7 of you now in this room? I guess kind of 8, kind of make up the qualities that this creature kind of like is visualized as, but it doesn't look like any of you. It's just a very kind of like creepy, almost like distortion of everyone being used to make this thing. And as it kind of responds to you, it has like a wry little smile.
We were hoping to speak with Iriolathars. Be possible to use one of these to ascend the spire.
Alas, Iriolathars has crumbled into dust, as well as many of his apprentices have been changed into horrific creatures. The restoration of Yithrin has failed.
Might we take a look for ourselves? Perhaps there is something we might find that could help.
My orders prevent me from giving up the secrets of the city. But were you to restore it, I would also be quite thankful for you.
Do each of these lead to a different place within the spire? I apologize for the questions. We are visitors, after all.
I might answer too quickly on like the first thing about them being for transportation. These crystals assist in creating my image throughout the spire. What I can assist you on, I can manifest anywhere where you are. The secrets themselves I cannot give. But were you to figure out where to look and when to look for them, I cannot stop you from discovering them for yourselves.
Brennet's going to turn towards the others and kind of give a tiny little shrug of his shoulders and maybe kind of like start to move towards one of the alcoves, almost like picking one at random. And kind of just like maybe like gazing into the mirror, trying to like discern, like trying to focus, see if there's anything that is like, that I guess jumps out at him or that he can see through the not really sure what he's looking for here.
Yeah, so again, that was my mistake saying that those are for like moving throughout the tower. They are for projecting him throughout the tower.
Okay, gotcha. Let me put that out of my head then. Yeah, so we still don't know how to send. And Faye, any thoughts?
aside from climbing the outside, we could always head back to see if there's anything we missed. I mean, there was an invisible bridge right here, so who's to say we didn't miss anything else?
I wouldn't put it past them to have concealed entrances, particularly higher into the tower. Perhaps we should take a more thorough look back the way we came.
Upward and onward.
This appears to be a dead end.
And like from on the bridge, looking, if we look up, is there any like they just go up to the open sky, or?
I think there's one interconnection above you between the two sides. No, from where you're at, inside of that one, there's a connection almost directly above you.
Okay, so there must be some way to get up there. It seems to be interconnected. We just have to find it.
So what have you all got in mind as you're heading away from this? At some point, he's going to turn to you and say, your company was enjoyed. If you require my assistance, please ask for Everlast. It would be delightful to have something to do again.
I'm sure we will be calling on your services at some point. Thank you for the information, Everlast. Braddock would have said that before kind of heading away. So I guess, I don't know, Brannick would maybe start just kind of looking along the wall here to his left.
Gotcha. So you guys are on to searching for like secret things that you might have missed. Just along walls inside of the ballroom?
I think so. Like, I don't know, maybe like an illusory wall or a secret door, or this kind of, I think, unless Ben or Faye, if you had other thoughts about where we might look.
While you're doing that, Faye, that you're going to be walking around pretty much looking at the ceiling to see if there's like a hole in the ceiling that they could like get up into and whatnot.
And what kind of thoughts does Fenn have?
I'm with Brannick, and other than checking for secret passageways or doors or something that we missed. I think maybe I could assist him and methodically go through the room or rooms.
Gotcha. Let me get I think just perception from all of you.
And even though it's like brightly lit in here, Brannick might like as part of the search, like maybe light up a torch to see if like if he like, and kind of try to keep an eye if there's smoke, like if it seems to be like disappearing through any cracks, as like a way to kind of like maybe there's like a secret door or something.
Gotcha. So I'm going to say you guys have about an hour or so goes by. While you search, the party goes on around you. there doesn't seem to be anything that is hitting off all of these dots. And maybe one after another, you all start to recognize that there doesn't appear to be anything that you missed in that original place that you entered. Having gone through all of those rooms all over again, something is missing here on a way up, and it doesn't appear to be this part of the tower. So you can continue back across the invisible bridge and start to investigate in that room, or you guys can go for an alternative route.
I say we go back across the bridge and investigate the other room a little bit more.
I just want to check too, like when the tunnel we took the way up, was that the only one we could have taken, or were there multiple options? I feel like initially there were like 8 or something different ones.
Yeah, I think it spreads apart where it like comes out as a foot, but yeah, I think overall it's meant to be a singular tunnel.
Oh, okay, so they all lead to the same place. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. In that
So
case,
like on this map, like the tunnels are that like left portion, and then that like invisible bridge is to that tiny little window that you see there. But from there, you guys are like connected to, the more private side of the spire, or however. Like you guys have walked around Yithrin enough that you should have kind of a sense of this.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah. In that case, I agree with Faye. Might as well. Seems like we should cross the bridge, and maybe we missed something in that mirrored room.
So continuing on with the process, I like the idea that you are searching with smoke rather than necessarily trying to find other things, but well above your head, there inside of the actual stonework is a point where you can see the smoke start to coalesce, and as it kind of like sinks up into this little like point above you all, you can see as it starts to move through the stone, there is indeed a door 30 feet above your heads in the peak of this dome.
And thinking of the platform that we had encountered at one of the other towers, Brannick wants to maybe check the floor for any signs that there might be a lift or something like that. Yeah, like a lift or a platform that might be able to bring us up without having to climb or otherwise try and you find some other means of getting up.
Looking about for a bit, you're not going to really spot anything around the ground, and pretty much come to the conclusion, like, you guys might have fly, you might use potion of fly right now, but you need somebody who can move places without having to touch the ground.
Gotcha.
I do have a potion of flight on me. If y'all feel now would be a good time to use it, we could use it and see about getting to the higher levels. Unless y'all have a suggestion for another way to get us up there.
I could polymorph a couple of us into flying forms that get up that way. And you said about 30 feet above? Like, does Brannick think it might be within like Misty Step range?
I think Misty Step is like 30 feet.
Yeah, that's
30 feet above the floor. I think that would sit to the idea, like, it's 30 feet to like where it is. So I think Misty Step is 30 feet. but you need to be able to see it.
And there needs to be an unoccupied space. So if we can't see an unoccupied space, then
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody up there because there's nothing hanging out right below the hatch.
So I could, so essentially I would have to Misty step up there and then just like essentially be ready to like kind of grab on and pull myself up, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think in the long run, you guys know that like the simple method is to get somebody to fly, because one person who can fly and is still human can essentially or likely create some method of ropes to actually allow you guys to get everybody up.
Oh yeah, keep forgetting ropes. Yeah.
oh shoot. I just realized I forgot. Sorry. If y'all want, I have mold earth. I can move a bit of the stone to get to the top and drop some rope down.
I do not believe Mold Earth can even remotely solve this problem.
So if I could polymorph one of you, maybe Fenn or Faye, one of the stronger ones, turn you into like a bird or flying creature, fly up, and then once you're up there, I can essentially release the spell, and then you can drop a rope down for the rest of us.
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go for us.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm being dumb here, but it's a 30 feet up vertical surface, Mara.
It's a dome. It's one of those things where if you wanted to try to run up there, I'll give you like a near impossible chance. But you could certainly try.
It's a dome. Okay. No, I thought I was missing something because I was like, wait a minute, why am I not running right up this wall? Okay, so that explains it. Carry on.
Can I get an intelligence roll from everybody? Also, Justin, it's your sorcerer who has keen mind, right?
Yeah, Braddock does not have it. Oh, and also, can the Galvin just float, or can it actually like fly and like move vertically?
He's got a fly speed, right?
Yes, it does. It has a fly 30 feet, so I can just. Oh, God, I'm so stupid. Just have it.
All right. The other clue is you guys have watched Avarice fly through the fucking air.
I just assume we were like not supposed to try and use her to solve our issues because.
Well, I think solving the issue with using your fly potion is a solid result. But as long as you guys are allied with her, she's technically one of your sidekicks. So you can gain use of her. She's not an opponent. But yeah, your Galvin or Avarice are capable of doing this.
Yeah, so Brandon can he'll just order his Galvin to take some rope, fly up there, secure it, and kind of help us up.
So when the Galvin opens the trap door, it leads another 50 feet above through a small, like 5-foot diameter vertical shaft. So you could start with it like bringing somebody up like Fenn, or you can simply send the Galvin all the way to the top and dangle like 2 ropes down. But you have like an 80-foot gap to breach between where you guys are in the room with Everlast, and then at the end of this like shaft that comes back to solid surface above.
Yeah, and I assume we have enough rope. We have a couple lengths of rope, right? We could kind of tie them together, make one longer.
Oh yeah, I got rope.
So I think he would just kind of have the Galvin fly all the way up, and then tie together the rope into, hopefully make it long enough so that the rest of us can use it to climb up the full 80 feet.
Alrighty, so damn, how does the Galvin doesn't have a voice. I think when it gets there, I think it has a telepathic connection to you, but it doesn't have language. So I'm pretty sure you'll kind of gain senses like it's in an open room, but it doesn't have anything to tie this rope to. Do you have any thoughts when its response is basically, I have to hold this?
Who's the lightest among us? See if maybe they can get up, and then we have one more person up, help them kind of just hold the rope.
Or it again goes to Fenn, needs only make it to the actual entryway, and he can pretty much run up the actual shaft with next to any danger. And then you've got two people up there.
Yeah, that'll work too.
Looks good to me.
And then if you all ask for it, if you have the Galvin able to fly and Fenn at the top of the rope, you can then have Fenn hold the rope while the Galvin shuttles people up and down.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how it was strong enough to like carry somebody, or essentially kind of like it's only got a strength, an average strength. It's not particularly strong. So I thought it might be too much for that to actually carry.
And one of those weird things, it's technically grappling somebody. As long as it's not encumbered, it's not quarter of its movement. But even if it were encumbered and it takes 6 seconds to move 5 feet, it's still danger free. It's just a question of what are you guys looking to use here? Time, health, or spells?
Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead.
I'd say I'd vote for time.
Same.
Yeah, so then just have the Galvin slowly shuttle everyone else up.
Do you have a thought on who the third person should be? Galvin, Fenn, who should follow?
Lyra's pretty light.
And beyond Lyra?
Who would be the next lightness? I feel like
one of the other things that I think you should consider in mind is, can you relieve Fenn? Let him not have to hold this rope?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, Faye, you look pretty strong, so maybe we can get you up there. You can kind of take over.
I can do that.
So I think that's the solid understanding to try to get some people up there as soon as possible, least amount of danger. You got the Galvin up first, Fenn up second. Once Fenn's up there, you can bring up Lyra. But by then, Fenn's going to be pretty well taxed, holding this rope while somebody is relatively climbing. The Galvin can just as much help as it does, like, they assist. So, it's kind of working in both fronts there. Like, nobody can fall with the Galvin there, but they can also climb. But once you get Lyra up there, or once you get Faye up there, I don't think you guys have anything else to worry about on getting up to the top. All of you can basically find yourselves in this large egg-shaped room. I believe the walls are all kind of coated in ice in this room. You can kind of see it's like decorated and kind of carved. Long icicles are hanging from the ceiling. Kind of, let's see. I think the dome itself is translucent, able to see out into the city from beyond here. And then to the south of the kind of large mahogany doors, you can see two large dark lines of darkness where the light of this room just fails. And each of these points of darkness just kind of rest right beside each of these doors. And then right above the doorway, there's a large glowing green crystal about the size of a human fist that's kind of mounted in the lintel of the door.
Like, it looks like it's keeping the door shut or just in place.
No, it's just like the central point above the doors. It's just like part of the like structure that holds the arch of the door.
Right, so Galera's going to try to. I said Galera. Faye's going to try to open the door.
Alrighty. As soon as you go to reach for the door, these dark lines of black are just going to swing out at you. And we're going to join combat. Let's actually take a break here. You guys can roll initiative. We'll get everything started and come back in a few minutes.
Sure.
All right, so as Mistress Faye starts to move away from this entryway and towards the edge of this dome, towards the mahogany doors, this like dark line of black that's like a void that the light doesn't seem to reach into. The moment she kind of reaches out for this door, it's going to flash to the side, and as it like extends out in its movement, you'll see that like it forms this blade out of this line of darkness. The line becoming like, say, like 3 or 4 feet long, all of a sudden becomes like a 5-6 foot long blade, much clearer in movement than in like almost this singularity of space that it occupies. Like, it's a curiosity when you're not paying attention to it or when it's not moving, but the moment she reaches for it, its movement is so clearly a blade slashing, and it is going to dear Lord, that's fucking insane. Oh my God. I gave it advantage because you didn't really recognize it as something that's dangerous. And when this thing critical hits, it does 3 times damage.
Okay, and that 20 is the hit, right?
That is a critical hit, yes.
Can I shield that or no?
Shield, you will never be able to shield a critical hit. That's part of why having a lot of AC means you will tend to only get hit by critical hits.
Okay.
Imagine it's too late for me to use a portent. Yeah.
Yeah. This was a surprise anyways. Again,
this
is a line of darkness that he just moved, or she moves up to the door and then it attacks. This is like how an assassin would get an assassination on you. If an assassin looked like just a speck of black light. It's going to deal 58, 68, 76 force damage to you.
I'm down.
Where are your hit points at? I've got you at 95 hit points.
They were at 60. I wasn't at the halfway mark, but yeah.
Gotcha.
Because remember, we did a thing from last week. And we got damaged and everything. And then, yeah.
So the slash of this sword cuts down Mistress Faye, and in like a moment, this like point of blackness just goes back to holding still, and you guys watch as Mistress Faye's body just kind of sinks to the ground, and she's unconscious. It is going to go to Avarice. What do you guys think, want, or what kind of thoughts do you think are running through her mind?
So this happened when Faye reached for the door itself?
Yeah.
And it's gone back to the line. Maybe there's some way to deactivate it, but I'm not sure. Attacking, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe she throws like a fire bolt or something towards the line to see if it does anything, even though it's gone back to not looking threatening. But not really sure what else she would be doing right now. Imagine she's not really the healing type.
She has no healing abilities.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
And I definitely assume she's not gonna. I know she's not gonna risk her life because she's trying to get her life back right now. So she's not gonna do something that's gonna get her killed.
I mean, this is one of those things where I haven't been dishonest with you all. She made a bargain with you because she needs that staff to have a life. She is already dead. Like, she has no hope but Levistus if she does not get that staff. That's a pretty good motivation to help you all. But Mistress Faye is also the one person who she's already like, this person already tried to fuck me over. So it's just one of those things. Do you guys want her to do something hostile in response? I don't think she has any sense of not trying to attack and destroy these things. Just as much as if you want her to try to disarm the situation, it's certainly a potential that she has some capabilities, but it's just a question of like, what are you guys thinking right now? Like, what does the group want? If you want me to like kind of disarm the situation, I'll roll for it, see what she thinks. She does have a high level spell slot that has some aspect of can potentially disarm this situation right away. But it's just a question again of like, what are you guys thinking?
I don't think maybe there's some, some way to disarm this without like dispelling it. Like it's like the other things, like it recognizes if people are permitted to be here or not. So maybe there's some way to disarm it without essentially like dispelling the magic itself.
Does that sound legitimate to everyone else? Trying something that might disarm it? It's not going to dispel them, but you guys have already encountered some of these living magical spells. These living magical spells are things that you need to kill. They're living creatures at this point.
Yeah, that sounds good. Like just going ahead and disarming the situation or killing them would definitely it took them. But like she would go ahead and do.
Sound good to you, Don?
Yeah.
Avarice is going to reach out, and as she brings up her word of command, you'll see as she forms this large hand that's much larger than even the body of Mistress Fey. And you guys have seen hands like this. And as she pulls back, she's going to pick up the body of Mistress Fey and pull it back away from the door. After Avarice, it's going to go to Mistress Fey. You have a death saving throw. Throw it on Whisper and send that to me. And after Mistress Fey, there's no, like, you guys don't have a cleric or a paladin, right? All of your sidekicks are, what is it, fighter, thief, and something else?
Yeah, Lyra's a sorcerer. Were we supposed to roll for the sidekicks too, or are they just sticking their initiative with ours?
They will always follow you. They are not characters.
No, I have a battle priest.
Okay, he's the one, like, right beside you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she'll pull back with the hand. She'll use the hand to pull Lyra's body basically behind Bartimaeus. The other of these black lines seems to hold in place. Fenn, what would you like to do?
I'm not sure what to do. The consensus is that we have to kill them, right?
Yeah, I think at this point, again, you guys understand, like, the magical spells that you've encountered in this place that just, like, seem to exist. They are living spells. Those things are going to guard those doors until you destroy them. There's many ways that you might do that, but Fenn probably knows of one way that he lives by, and that's by punching the shit out of them.
So we're gonna stick with the. We're gonna dance with the date we brought with us and come up and unload. I'm gonna attempt to. It's probably not gonna work, but I'm gonna attempt a stunning strike if I get a hit.
Gotcha. This one, the moment you actually move up to it, it is going to swing on you. But I don't think a 12 is going to hit you, so you may start off. What strikes are you doing? You said your first hit's going to be a stunning strike, but are you going sword, punch, any key use besides stunning?
No, I'm just gonna do sword, punch, and then stunning strike.
Excellent. So yeah, the first 2 strikes are going to hit. So you can apply the stunning strike to the first one. And if it is successful, the other 2 will both hit. But if not, just this first, or just the second. Really, it's what's your DC these days?
It is
It does have advantage. I've got a 17.
17. Yeah, 17.
Meets beats, so it's going to fail to be stunned. Your first unarmed strike will then also hit. You'll deal a total of 19 damage to it. Yeah. Right, all of your strikes have been magical for a long time.
Correct.
So you might still have movement. You can do anything else that you might choose to do here. If you're good with Fenn, what would you like for Bartimaeus to do?
So I guess Bartimaeus is going to I guess he'll move up to the other one and do a signature attack. So +6 and 1d8 +4 if he hits.
Gotcha. Yeah, I actually forgot like whether he had any healers at all. But this is one of those things to remind you guys, like their signature attacks are the same as you guys attacking normal. Their special actions are worth using. It's just up to you guys whether you want to use it here. But you're welcome to do signature attack. At level 7, he has 2 attacks.
That'd be 17 +6.
The first one will hit.
D8 +4 is 8 damage.
The 19 will hit as well. You will notice with this, though, non-magical weapons are not as effective. So it does some damage to this thing, but it's not nearly as much. But a total of
11 for the second strike.
8 is 4, and 11 is 5, so 9. After Fenn, it's going to go to Brennick. I think this is one of the things I meant to actually kind of bring up beforehand, but I feel like on some level I should limit you to one of those sidekicks, Justin, because I've kind of talked about it in the past where people should only ever have one retainer kind of thing. So I'll let you kind of play around how often you want to use the Galvin or the other guy. But at very least, you could use it to your advantage where, like, you can activate the Galvin when you have its lightning, and then you can use the other guy when you don't have the lightning. I'll let you take advantage of it like that, but I'm going to limit you to one of them to follow you up.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, I think you've mentioned that before, and that's good for me. But Brennick, I think he is going to feed a potion of healing to Faye. So that is 2d4 +2.
Excellent. I've talked about in the past that you guys can like set up a potion on your belt that is a bonus action to use. That's generally meaning for yourself to use. Do you have multiple potions on you?
I was figuring actually Brennick he would spend his action unless he can essentially take the one on his belt.
Well, part of what I was getting at is if you're feeding it to somebody else, If you've got more than one, you might as well use the action to grab one from your backpack kind of thing and feed it to them. The bonus action is meant to be, this is like for you to quaff.
Yeah, so I think he's going to go ahead and he wants to keep the one on his belt, so he is going to pull another different one out of his pack.
Excellent. So you can take 9 hit points onto Mistress Faye, and that's your action. You might have something that you would like to do with your bonus action. You can do any movement that you might want to do. Otherwise, you can pick your sidekick to act here.
You just kind of circle around, and he's going to order the Galvin. Brath, kind of seeing that the weapons don't seem to be as effective, he's kind of holding back for now. But Brannick is going to order the Galvin to essentially move forward, and he is going to launch a static discharge towards the one in front of the priest. Just
gotcha, kind of behind Fenn.
Yeah, kind of like in between. So he's like going, like in between
Gotcha.
the two to hit the one on the right. Yeah. And there's a
what is the dex?
DC 14.
Again, it seems to just kind of pass by. Is that save? That one's not a save or suck though. That was your actual spell, so I think that's probably still doing half.
That one is half damage, and I guess it's probably not. It's not considered wearing armor, right? It's meta. No. So, just half. So 11. Lightning.
Yeah, these things like aren't even actual like physical things, anyways. So that'll do 11 damage to it.
Okay, and then that is all for it.
All right, at the start of its turn, it's going to take a reaction to attack Bartimaeus. And I believe a 10 is going to miss. On its turn, it is going to attack Bartimaeus. And that one should hit with the 21.
Yep. 18 AC.
And it's going... Oh, wait. This is a save. I don't think he can even save against that. It's just 26 average damage for 4 wounds. So unless he has... I don't think the clerics have Constitution as their saving throw. I think he's just going to lose 4 wounds. He'll be at 3 wounds left.
Yeah, saves, it just says wisdom.
All right, so Avarice has the Big B's hand. I'm pretty sure as a bonus action, she can make attacks with Big B's hand. But do you all have any other thoughts on what she should do with Big B's hand, or with herself? What you would like her to do?
I would say maybe send the hand and try to essentially punch out the one in front of Bartimaeus. Looks like he took a pretty nasty cut there. Or does it have some way to like interpose itself between them? Or maybe just punch. I don't know. What do you guys think?
The interpose is between itself and you. So okay. She could use it to protect herself from it, but not another creature, not an ally.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, in that case, I would say just, I guess punch out with it.
I just noticed. I don't see where it says how big the hand is. I just assumed it was large. I don't know.
I thought it was either large or huge.
I know it can grapple huge or smaller, I think, which is part of why I was thinking it was large, because you can usually only grapple one size larger than you. But yeah, I think I'm going to move it up.
Oh, it's a large hand.
All right, cool. So I got it right. I'm going to have it move up behind Bartimaeus, and it will swing out. What is it? With clenched fist.
Yep. Melee spell attack.
Yeah, that'll definitely hit, and it's going to do 4d8 force. So 13 force damage to it. And that's just her bonus action. She still has an action. Do you all have any thoughts on what she should do with her action?
I would say at this point, attack as well. I know she's got Firebolt. Area of effect's probably not going to be a good idea with everyone with them bunched up there. So probably a single effect attack spell.
Gotcha. So cantrips are effective. No effect loss. Probably going to cost us more hit points in the long run. Or she's got something like Scorching Ray, which is a second level spell slot. It's a lot harder to say second levels matter all that much. But do you all have any thoughts between something that is a spell slot versus a cantrip?
Given how hard these things hit, I would say use the go ahead and use the spell slot. The Scorching Ray is probably more powerful spell. I would say we kind of. What do you guys think? But that's my sort of initial thought. I mean, it took down Fenn one hit.
Yeah, I agree.
So I believe Scorching Ray is just 3 spell attacks. Spell attack is a +6, 15 hits. So all 3 of those should hit. Do you know offhand, is Scorching Ray a D10? 3d6?
It is
2d6.
Yep, 2d6 fire damage.
So she'll do another 19 damage to the one that's in front of Bartimaeus. So I think between the Bigby's hand and between her there, that's going to take that one to where you're starting to see like wisps of the blackness kind of like almost floating off and getting lost in these strikes. But theoretically, that will take us to Mistress Faye. You are currently disarmed. Your weapon, whatever you would have been carrying, is dropped on the ground at that door. If you had nothing in hand, you had nothing in hand, but you are prone on the ground where you are. You can stand up with your hit points and go about your turn.
All right, so she is going to. Oh, that's right. She can't. She has to stand up, so she can't really move anywhere else. I want to cast Shatter, but I want to cast it like this line right here is dead center, but I want to cast it while not hitting anyone else but the 2 swords. And that's like in a 10-foot radius. So it's 10 foot from each square to the other side to the sword.
Is it a point that you can see?
Yes. It's like right.
So I don't see any way that you can cast that you're not hitting either Fenn or Bartimaeus. But you don't have to, you can cast Shatter if you want to. But if you stand up, that's half your movement. You can still move 15 feet and get right back into combat.
Right. Okay, then I'm going to use a bonus action to real quick to down a potion.
All right, I just hit you for 70 something damage. If you drink a potion now, it's not necessarily going to do anything different than if you didn't have a potion.
Right.
And if you drink a potion right now as a bonus action, that's the only potion you can have prepared as that bonus action. It takes action economy to prepare a new potion on your belt like that.
Oh crap! I completely. Okay, sorry. You know what? I know what I'm going to do. I have the Ring of Ram. I'm going to use one of its charges to cast a ranged spell attack. Can I?
Yeah, I think that uses its own spell attack. But you roll a d20. Pretty sure that's going to miss. How many levels did you use? Are you there?
I am.
How many levels did you use with the Ring of Ram?
It did the first level.
All right, you basically have a 10 right there. Do you want to use inspiration to make it hit?
Yes.
How many do you think you need to hit this?
8.
So you most certainly can hit there. We'll mark you down to 8 more inspiration left and roll 2d10. And my bad, I don't remember if you said which one you're attacking. Are you attacking the wounded one or the one in front of Fenn?
The wounded one.
Gotcha. So the remainder of that magic is just holding on. That creature is simply waiting to die at this point. I think you would have some movement still here. You could do something with your bonus action if you wanted to, but I think you're pretty well tapped out here. When you're good, it will go to Leroy, your sidekick, to act.
She's gonna move right. And test and do an attack on it. Yeah, she's going her signature attack for the firebolt.
Gotcha. She doesn't necessarily have to move up to get that attack out, but you're going to attack the wounded one, try to get the kill?
Yes.
Solid hit. Because it's a firebolt, roll, I think, 2d10.
Yeah. Yeah, level 7 will be 2, yeah.
So that will be enough that as the fire like blasts into this line of darkness, the last few wisps of this magic maintaining this form are going to just kind of like fade away, just like smoke getting lost in too much ozone. This creature or this thing is dead. And she can do any other movement that she might have. Otherwise, it's going to go to the creature in front of Fenn. Start of its turn, it is going to use a reaction to attack Fenn. A big ol' miss. And then during its turn, it is going to attack you. And I think a 14 is a big ol' miss. Fenn, what would you like to do? I didn't hear anything from you. I'm assuming those are all normal attacks. But you will hit for 6, 14, 26 damage. And it will leave it bloodied. This is like those first states of like the dark wisps are kind of fading away from it. What would you like to do with Bartimaeus?
He's going to move in and attack also. Sorry.
All good. More than anything, I was worried about whether you were thinking about stunning striking there. But I think you guys have finished this battle already.
16.
16 hits.
For 7.5.
3 damage, yeah. And then his second attack, another d20. $16 hits again, and that one's for 4. 52. Yeah, I think pretty solidly here, like with Brennick and Avarice doing cantrips, you're pretty much guaranteed one of those two are going to knock it out. If not, Mistress Faye is pretty much easily going to destroy this last one. But you can eradicate this last of these creatures. You guys have a moment to yourselves here. You are inside of this room. You can see all around you. You can see this pit around. What kind of thoughts do you all have? Do you want to try to short rest in what seems like a safe place, or do you want to investigate further and try to know what's in front of you before trying to rest?
I wouldn't mind risking a short rest.
Okay.
I'm thinking we might at least want to maybe just check what's beyond that door, just to make sure there's nothing immediately on the other side before. But then, as long as we don't see like an immediate threat on the other side of that door, then try and rest.
Yeah, and I guess we should peer down this pit to see if we can see anything down there.
Oh, I thought that was the one we came up from.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Who is opening the door to check forward? Mistress Faye?
No. He's going to stand off to the side.
Are you moving forward to do it, Brannick?
Reluctantly, but yeah, I mean, it was his idea, so I guess, yeah.
Everybody likes a 10 got one shot. We need to be careful.
Tink got one-shotted for ignoring when I describe something and pretending that me describing something doesn't already say that there's something dangerous there.
So I'm assuming now that we've destroyed these things, we don't see any further evidence of that same like black kind of those lines or that light here at the door.
Yeah, from now looking around this room, the entire room, it's like frozen over, and it's still this like overlooking dome that kind of like spies across all of Yithrin.
Yeah, so Brannick he'll probably listen at the door first.
Roll a perception. Silence.
And then he'll kind of like with a glance back towards the others, and then he will move to try and quietly open it to kind of get a look on the other side if he can.
Roll 2d8 for me, please. So, as you look outside, opening up these doors, there's a hall that extends before you. You see a light fixture between a couple of doors ahead of you. And very quickly you recognize, let's see, transmutation, and I want to say the fifth one is probably going to be something like, I'm going to go for divination. But you see the symbols for two magical schools on two different doors. One of these doors has the symbol for transmutation, and the other door has the symbol for divination.
Okay, so Brannick will note that. Try and quietly reclose the door, and so yes, he didn't hear anything or see anything immediately on the other side. So Faye looks like certainly she could try and grab a quick rest here before continuing. Actually, and Brannick might he'll suggest that if we just kind of wait 10 minutes first, he can cast an alarm immediately on the other side of the door. At least give us, a bit of warning if something does approach.
I don't think there's anything about short resting that says you can't be casting a spell. And even long resting allows you a certain amount of doing things before it like transgresses over the ability to rest. I think for what it's worth, you can start your rest while you're casting the spell.
Okay, yeah, they'll just spend the first 10 minutes of the rest casting it in that, I think it's a 20-foot cube, so essentially like right outside the door.
How long do we plan to take a short rest? Like 30 minutes, an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, how long?
The mechanic of a short rest is 1 hour.
Okay, well then during that hour while we're resting, Faye is going to take the time to bond to a weapon.
Yeah, that's precisely what short rests are for. Is for you can either attune to an item, or is bonding one your special ability, like you can't lose it, you can't be disarmed by it.
Yeah, she doesn't want to lose her weapon again. She's going to bond to the great sword that she just got.
So you all are welcome to expend your hit dice, taking a short rest here. And
I'm sorry, keep going.
yeah, pretty much just expend any hit dice that you would like. And Brennick, you can recover a spell slot. If you guys have any mechanics that you're trying to rock out, go for it. You can finish this short rest.
So I think Brennick is going to, during the rest, also change up his third eye, so he's got the ability to read any language.
Gotcha. So that puts you on, you essentially have constantly cast Comprehend Languages.
Yep, and it lasts until he's incapacitated or he takes a rest and changes it up again.
Yeah, I mean, all of those things are good. I feel like that's like overpowered for what you guys are doing here. It actually got difficult at a point to keep track of how many things are like trying to talk to you guys, and they don't speak common. But there's also plenty of them that quite literally it says they speak in the language of the person they're talking to.
Yeah, I mean, this one is not quite like Comprehend Languages because it's not spoken language; it's just written.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can read any language, is what it says, but it does not allow him to. It's not like Comprehend Languages, where if someone's speaking to him in a language he doesn't understand, that won't do anything. He can still cast Comprehend Languages if he has to, but he's also thinking, okay, now we saw like the signs on the couple doors, we might, it might be useful. So that's kind of why he is using that now. Oh, and Mara, I think last session you had Brannick use a healing potion on someone. Did you take that off the inventory, or do I need to take another one off?
99% sure I deleted that one.
Okay, just want to make sure I didn't. I think
if I didn't, you can have it for free. But yeah, I would say just count that as if I took care of it.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, you guys have taken your short rest. Everybody should theoretically be happy with your hit points at this point. Ready to move forward. Rashad. You are not at full hit points right now, correct?
Correct. I am a little over half.
Alright. Theoretically, did you already have your second wind expended?
I did not.
There is no time you should ever short rest and not use second wind beforehand. So use second wind real quick and then regain that after the short rest.
All right.
So when you were thinking of using that healing potion, that was the other thing I was going to tell you, is that you should second wind long before you should use something that is expendable, like a healing potion. A healing potion is always something that you can't just get. Those are something that once you use, they're gone forever. Second wind, you get one every... Does it ever go up, Justin? I think it's one. You might get one as like towards capstone, but you essentially always have one of those per short rest.
Yeah, I think Action Surge might be the one that you get more of as you level up, but I think second wind is
Yeah.
just once. But it might go with
Okay.
the dice might go up. Like it might be go like 1d10, 1d12, 1d something.
So you've got that. That should get you at least a good bit closer to max health here, or whatever. Are you under half still?
Oh no, I got 74 health.
All right, cool. So yeah, when you guys are all set, you guys have this next room ahead of you. What are you all thinking?
So Brennick, recognizing the divination symbol, is kind of drawn towards that door initially. Probably trying to, not sure what else might be up here, so moving fairly cautiously. Maybe trying to be quiet.
All right, Brannick, when you start to move forward, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, let me know if I should like move back or where I should be. I might use my last inspiration to make that a 15.
All right, so as you guys see Brannick move into this hallway ahead, you very quickly see as his movement starts to slow. And he's still kind of like mid-step, and you can still see as his limbs are starting to move. But Brennick like goes into slow motion. You are currently restrained. What's everybody thinking as this happens to Brennick? You all have any thoughts? Any way to prevent any thoughts about what is happening to him?
If he's right there at the door, so Faye's gonna reach in and grab him and pull him back.
Go ahead and say make a Constitution saving throw for me. You reach forward, pull him back, of like lifting somebody. Maybe he's a little bit heavier than you would have thought, but for your muscles, not heavy enough to register.
Brannick, are you good? What's going on?
You can speak fine while restrained.
Okay, but do I feel like I'm like can't act, like move at all, or is it more like I'm almost trying to move through like it's just like very slow movement, or like how restrained am I physically? Mostly to like try to answer Faye's question. Like I don't know, do I feel like I'm like stiffening up? Do I feel like
I would say roll either Arcana or Nature. I think Arcana is safe to say. You're probably going to think of this as a spell long before something else, but or health, but yeah. You recognize that your control over your body is lost. You're losing control of your body moment by moment. Something's happening. I think that's probably effectively where you understand at this point.
yes, so not good. Not sure what hit me, but
And like you can like start to speak to them, but you're already starting to feel like you could bite your tongue off at any point. That it's just becoming really difficult to speak.
gotcha. And I'm assuming that is having enough of an effect that it would prevent me from casting any spells with a verbal component.
I don't think there's any reason at this point to say yes to that. I think if you want to cast a spell verbally, you need to do it before you respond to them. Maybe that's the better response there.
Ooh,
I'm
but the one
tempted
I'm
to say, since I already gave you the Arcana, that sometimes already progressed, but maybe I didn't give you enough information. So what are you thinking?
well but the spell I'm looking at is also require somatic component, so gestures. So it sounds like you won't be able to complete that part of it.
I don't think restrained makes you unable to cast spells. I was looking at stun there anyways. Restrained creature's speed becomes 0. Can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Attack rolls against creatures have advantage. Creatures attack at disadvantage. Creature has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. I'm going to say at present, let me get another constitution saving throw from you as you kind of like try to pass on the information. Now, what are you thinking like spell wise? What are you trying to cast here?
Dispel magic on myself.
What level spell are you going to use?
Well, I do not want to be frozen up, and he's getting a little. He's not sure what this is, but he doesn't like it, so he's going to go 5th level.
Gotcha. Wait, how do you have your 5th level right now? Did you have 2?
I have 2 once we leveled up. Yeah.
Gotcha. Dispel magic against the other spell. I think you're looking at the spell level you used plus your spell attack modifier.
So if it's a 5th level or lower spell that's affecting him, it's automatically dispelled.
Higher.
If higher, then it's the DC equals 10 plus the spell's level.
Okay, so yeah, let me get a
That would be intelligent.
Yeah, an intelligence spell save. I think it's a spell attack.
Make an ability check using your spellcasting ability.
Yeah, it's essentially a spell attack. So yeah, when you start to cast Dispel Magic, you feel as like this wave passes over your body. I would say with the nature of dispelling the actual magic coming across you, you probably don't have access to this spell yet, but something was turning your flesh to stone. You were about halfway through the process of becoming petrified.
And I don't recall seeing anything, right? It was just as soon as I stepped out into that room.
As soon as you stepped out.
So Brannick will kind of give a shudder because he realizes how close he came to maybe fighting it there, and warn the others, like, don't take a step beyond the doorway, and explain kind of something, some sort of spell or something nearly turned me to stone.
So the doors are open. You all can see the doors with divination as well as transmutation kind of way south of you at the end of like that hall. You can see signs that the room opens up larger. Something dangerous about stepping through these doors. What are y'all thinking?
Yeah, and that seems like maybe something transmutation related.
Faye would actually, when we got here initially, she went to open the door and she ignored, even though she ignored it, the gem or jewel or thing that's at the top that she noticed, she ignored that. She kind of wants to give it a bit of an inspection or investigation.
Yeah, what are you looking for? What are you thinking?
She wants to see. She's looking. She's want to investigate to see if this is the cause. Like if it's a trigger for people that don't belong to when they cross the door to start becoming petrified.
Do you want to ask somebody to go through the door while you watch it?
Yeah. Fenn or Liver, or if anyone would want to go through the door while we watch the mechanism. That way, we can see if something happens with while we watch the door. We can see if something happens with it when you start to become petrified. We can have Brennick on standby to dispel.
I can't promise I'll be able to do it. There was some luck involved. Perhaps before we try that, we should. I can see if I can detect whether there's any specific magic coming from that gem, and if so, perhaps we can determine the source. Perhaps try and dispel it without risking anyone else potentially being petrified. It will take some time.
All right.
Unless you'd like to walk through while we watch, but again, I can't promise that my efforts to dispel that effect will be successful again.
She kind of looks at the door and she says, "All right, we could just if you can detect the magic for it, I guess we can wait a few minutes for that."
Yeah, so Braddock is going to begin ritually casting Detect Magic.
Gotcha. What's everybody doing while he takes 10 minutes? Everybody waiting patiently? Anybody trying to cause any problems? Anybody walking through the doors?
No, I'm waiting patiently.
So, patiently waiting, 10 minutes is going to go by. Brennick, you will notice that there is indeed... Actually, let me check this other one real quick. Transmutation magic on the space, basically walking through those doors. Anybody who steps through those doors is like walking into like a cloud of transmutation magic. It's those next 10 or so feet, or 5 or so feet across that door sill.
Okay, so it's not the it doesn't seem to be the gem above the lintel, but it's yes, there's.
Oh, hold up. How far is Detect Magic? It's 30 feet.
30 feet, yeah.
You will also see that the entirety of the dome is all evocation magic. The ice is kind of frozen to this like lustrous like evocation magic. So you're like getting the sparkles of like evocation, but it's glinting through all of these icicles. This entire room is open to the sky, except for that the ice is frozen to something of evocation. And I think you would see that the green crystal is also emanating evocation magic.
Okay, so he will relay that to the others. So does it seem like the ice itself is emanating evocation magic, or something that it's covering is emanating it?
You could see like where large icicles come off, like that the ice itself is not evocation.
Okay, so there's something it's kind of the rime of the ice is something beneath that is.
So something along that kind of look, like the pink Yeah, I still have like not enough quite revealed, but the pink is evocation, the orange is transmutation. And I can't think what continual flame is, but the flame that's probably on that wall, I think is probably within 30 feet if you were standing next to the door still. Where you're at, you're probably just away from it. But yeah, those flames are inside the room. Those would be there as well. I think continual flame is transmutation. This is part of where I hate like having to tell you the school, but you could see that the flames are indeed magical. But I think you guys know that. Just like all of the magical items you guys now have on you, you can see all of it.
Right. Right.
You can see that the staff that you have is magical that you picked up. You can see that Avarice's staff as well is magical. I'm not sure how much new stuff there is, but I feel like that kind of covers some of the stuff that you've wondered about.
So the Chardolin staff, is it magical in the sense of an arcane focus, or do I sense any like deeper magic to it?
I mean, you could have attuned to it during that short rest if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think he would have done that.
You cannot be frightened while you are holding that staff.
Okay.
But other than that, like, it's a pretty sweet magical effect, but it's also, it doesn't take attunement to have it. It's just one of those things that's probably worth being your arcane focus until you find something that does better.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, yeah, might as well use it.
It's that fine line if it doesn't do so much that you need attunement to use it, and it doesn't do so little that, like, frightened is. I mean, the way that, like, a tree ant fight went because of frightened shows you why it can be really valuable to frighten people.
Oh yeah, or like if we ever come across a dragon or something, yeah, it can definitely, it's definitely not a useless. So yeah, Fenn, Faye, any ideas? How we get past all this? And I can try to dispel it, but there may just be more of it.
I'm not only fresh out of ideas, but I think I'm hitting the wall here.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're close to 6 hours in, so if we're getting close to that point, it's definitely a potential. But it's up to you guys. Like, if you're still good, we can keep kind of pushing forward.
We're closing in on 7. We started at 2.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. My bad. Yeah. I've got 6 hours on my like whole time clock. Um, do you guys want to take a break here and try to think of any other ideas, or do you want to break for the week and see from there?
I mean, I'm okay to keep going. Maybe if we take a break and just if we can't think of anything, then maybe we call it. But I'd like to have a couple minutes to try and see if I can think of anything.
Gotcha. So yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where this is the dangers of pushing into long sessions, is there is a solid wall of your brain starts to shut down. But let's take a little break here, and hopefully we can come up with something, um, and get past at least this next moment.
Okay.
If everybody's remotely close, we're probably at least 60 or 70% ish through the spire. So you've done great work pushing through regardless today.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back.
I am as well.
Me too.
I'm here.
Just like standing up for a moment, my body feels so sore. Like the great reminder, you've been here for ages.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if anybody had another thought about how to get past this.
Yeah, other than trying to at least dispel the transmutation, and yeah, at least aside from trying to dispel the transmutation and see if we can make any more progress, I couldn't think of anything. I mean, I'm willing to try it.
My idea was to start to start breaking things that look like they're breakable, but I'm like, that's probably not going to work.
And it's just so the space with the transmutation magic is not just on the floor, right? Or does it seem to be kind of covering the whole space?
Yeah, that's why I was trying to describe that as a mist. And I think it should probably be 10 feet. But basically, yeah, it's basically saying, like, when you move through these doors, you're moving into the transmutation.
Right. That's kind of what I thought. Just wanted to double check. It's not like we can, like, try to weave across or something. Yeah. Yeah, so I think Brannick will try to dispel it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'd say go for the same thing. Do an intelligence check.
Yeah, he'll try and cast it at 4th level this time. So it's gonna have to, yeah.
And as you do so, it does indeed dispel the mist.
Okay, so he's going to suggest while I still have if I still have detect magic up for a little bit, we try and make a little progress and hopefully be forewarned before we walk into anything else that might kill us. As people start. Assuming we took at least a few minutes to kind of discuss our options, so just let me know kind of like if it's worn off already or if it's.
I'd say at very least you're still good for at least a little bit here, but I'll keep that in mind.
Faye's going to follow behind Brannick.
And he will kind of like with his initial plan to move towards the divination door, the one with the divination symbol.
Gotcha. So when you move in close enough here, is your site that gives you comprehend languages now, is that limited to 10 feet, like see invisibility, or is this one a different distance?
So it doesn't have a distance. I think it's probably just normal reading distance. Like if I can.
Gotcha. So I think as you enter a little bit more into the room, like past the doors, you can start to see that there is Draconic written up above all of these doors as well. When you move in closer, you start to make out that the Draconic says, speak thy master's name and enter. So if you'd like, you can go to the the door with the divination on it. And do you know the master of divination?
I feel like Brannick would. I don't recall off the top of my own head. Let me check my notes.
This was in part what you guys were going into the House of the Arcane for when you lost Galeria. But otherwise, you guys also know, like, the solution to any of these doors is speak thy master's name and enter. So if you know any of those masters' names, divination is just a little cozier to Brannick.
It was divination Apius. Wasn't that what it was?
It was High Diviner Apius.
So would you like to walk up to the door, speak his name, and enter?
Yeah. So Brannick he'll move up to the door and speak the name. Probably wait to see if there's any obvious consequence of that, and then if nothing seems to happen, would then move to go and open the door.
So yeah, you guys can see as Brannick steps up to the door with divination on it, speaks the name of High Diviner Apius, opens the door, and you can step on in. Brannick will disappear into the darkness, and the door is going to slam shut behind him.
So I guess the other name aside from High Diviner that Faye would have would be, I think the only other one that, well, I know the one I remember is the Necromancer. I assume Faye would have that name as well. Which one is the Necromancer?
Is there a reason you're looking for another door?
Yeah, I'm looking for another door.
Like on purpose? Do you know what the necromancy symbol looks like? Otherwise, let me get an Arcana check, intelligence roll. You walk up to the door that you believe has the arcane symbol of necromancy on it, and you can speak the name of its high master. What is the name?
I believe it was High Necro Cataverta.
Does anybody disagree with him?
I thought it was Catavax.
I could have been pronouncing that wrong, but that's how I have it written on the notes.
I remember him, and it was like almost a play on Cadaverix or something like that.
Cadaverix, that might be it. It's Cadavericts is how I have it spelled.
All right, so when your DM stops you from doing something, there's always something that you should hold back and question yourself. What are you going to say when you walk up to the door? You got responses from each of your players. You guys do not know the name for certain of the High Necromancer. But what name do you say?
I say Cadaverix.
That's what you're going for? So you can walk up to the door that you think is the necromancy school. Say, "Hi, Necromancer Cadaverix." Open up the door. You see the blackness. You can step in, and you guys will watch as Mistress Faye disappears.
Brath is going to try to follow Brennick.
Same with Lyra. She's going to follow Faye.
And Bartimaeus, I think, are sticking with Brannick.
Mistress Faye, I need you to roll initiative. As you step into the darkness, Mistress Faye, you are going to hear... What languages do you speak?
Celestial, Common, and Giant.
You are going to hear a horrific language. It makes you think of bleeding, of death, of pain. It almost seems wonderful until you hear the first ring of chains, and you start to wonder, have I stepped into the presence of Lovatar? And as you kind of like look around in this darkness where you are entirely blind, you are going to, just the first two. You are going to feel these chains latch into your flesh and start to tear away at you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. You'll take 7 piercing damage as you feel all of these chains latch into your body and start to tear at your flesh in multiple directions. And then you're going to feel 14 misses you, right? No, wait, 15 misses you, right?
Yes.
As there's kind of like a whoosh of wind and a loud crack as you hear metal into stone. And this voice gets much closer as it's almost right inside of your face. And you can feel the hot breath of a demon cursing you. What would you like to do?
If I'm still right by the door, I will attempt to disengage and go back out the door.
Roll a d8. As you start to feel around, there's wall and stone and cold, bloody moisture all around you. You don't feel the doorway. You can't see it. You don't know where to go. You're lost in this darkness. But that was disengage, as in taking the disengage action?
Yeah.
So you'll hear this voice again as the chains start to rile around you, and they're going to strike out once again at you. Again, latching into your flesh, starting to pull away from you. They'll do 9 points of piercing damage as they stab into you. And then a massive blade is going to sink through your flesh. And as it stabs into you, it's going to deal 9 slashing damage as this creature drags it down your back, opening up your spinal cord to this flesh and rot. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Sorry, 2 Constitution saving throws. So that first one, you are poisoned. You can no longer regain hit points. And the second one, you are going to lose a D10 hit points at the start of your turn. Yeah, and I think that one's going to stack each time. You can try to use a medicine check to staunch this wound that is basically just an arterial flow. You are bleeding out horrifically. But it is now the start of your turn. You are still in this corridor. You feel isolated. And what would you like to do?
If she can't get out, she's gonna cast Agonizer's Scorcher.
Do you need to be able to see your target for Scorcher?
No, it just says a line of roaring flame 30 feet long and 5 feet wide emanates from you in the direction that you choose. Each creature in the line must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 3d8 fire damage on a fail save or half as much damage on its success.
Gotcha. So you can... I would say I want you to pick a number between 1 and 8. This is the direction you are going to cast it in. And then I want you to roll a number between 1 and 8. And that is the direction that you are facing. And you're going to cast it at random because you're completely blind and you don't know where this thing is.
Choose 5, and I'm going to roll.
So you cast it at direction 3. It is currently not there. When you light up Agonizer's Scorcher, you don't see anything. Still completely dark. End of your turn, though, you will hear that Lyra has also made the poor choice, or perhaps possibly be able to save your life. Lyra has walked into this room. What would she like to do? She also completely blind.
When she opens the door, does light shine into the room?
Completely blind.
Okay, so you asked me what she would like to do. As soon as she hears the commotion, she is going to cast her Dragon's Roar.
What class is she? What class did we go for? She's a sorcerer?
Yes.
All right. Theoretically, this thing is afraid of her. End of her turn, otherwise?
Yeah.
Let's see. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw at the end of your turn to prevent the bleed that is keeping you from regaining hit points. Or to prevent that poison. I was like, surely these creatures can't be frightened. And it has an ability that when it's near one of its allies. So yeah, you can now regain hit points again. That poison has at least cleared. I don't think it's going to be limited from being able to attack you while being frightened by Lyra at present. Because it just can't get closer to Lyra. Yeah, I think it's going to close in on you again. And it's going to do the same. It's going to attack you twice. I think a 15 is going to miss with the beard. And then the glaive should hit with a 22. And need another con save from you. So it's going to do 7 more slashing damage to you as it cuts down at you with the glaive, once again trying to cut into your back. Unable to open up another gashing wound, you are only going to take 7 more bleed damage as you start your turn. What would you like to do? You have solid sense that this creature is between you and Lyra, but you don't necessarily know where. You are both still blind. Think while he's thinking here, the others of you, all of you have walked through without an issue. You are going to find yourself inside of a room with a massive kind of like glowing solar system that's just rotating in the center of this hall. There's 9 seats that are all arrayed around the room, looking at you from kind of this opposite side of the room. Like all of the doors are on the north side, and these 9 seats are all on the southern side of it. There's 2 doors, like 2 hallways that lead off from either side that you have a solid sense come from some of the actual school doors to get here. And then there are 2 hallways that lead off south of there, as well as 1 hallway beyond the solar system that kind of leads off into the distance. But at present, I think this room is empty, besides essentially all of you except for Faye and Lyra.
So the Galvin can't speak, so I'm assuming it is stuck outside.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the tough thing of the Galvin, I think, can speak Larose, can it?
I think it says it understands languages but cannot speak. Let me double check.
Yeah, that actually sounds right. I feel like that is kind of the caveat here, is like you can't ambush the High Wizard of Yithrin using Majin as like part of your plan. You have to go with actual living creatures.
Yeah, so he might have said like, stay here because he knows it can't speak. So he'd be like, stay here and just keep an eye on things in the hallway while we before he headed in.
So what kind of thoughts do you have going on here with Mistress Faye and Lyra?
Okay, so I was trying to find something. I can't. Apparently, I don't have it. So what she is going to do is she is going to cast Green Flame Blade on the sword that she has. And she's just going to, after that, she's going to go ahead and take her action to swing out in the direction of the chains. So wherever she feels a chain at, that's where she's going to swing out in the direction of, in hopes of hitting the creature.
Yeah, I mean, your attack is a disadvantage. You're blinded. That's how it works out. But you can make that attack and see if you can hit. You do indeed hit it. Roll the damage for Green Flame Blade.
And I'm going to follow with her extra attacks in that same direction. She has 2 more.
You're going to use your action surge. You cast a cantrip. You can make 1 attack with your weapon.
Oh, okay. No. That's damage.
If you attack with your weapon, I think you might have 3 attacks, but you still cast a spell when you start with a cantrip.
All right, then yeah, that's going to be it for her turn.
What is Lyra going to try to do?
She's actually going to try to move closer to where to someone later on here. She's going to move in the direction she hears the attacks coming from, and hopes of getting close to Mistress Fenn.
Gotcha. You can roll a perception check and see how you can move, but you're essentially walking blind, just like everybody else inside of this melee. There's no going about this easily. So, what is your goal to hopefully get closer to Mistress Fey?
Because of Dragon Wars being in effect, she's hoping to cause the creature to have to run away from Mistress Fey and her.
So maybe have her yell out to Mistress Fey, "Run towards me," because Mistress Fey is the target right now. Lyra moving closer doesn't change how the frightened works. But if Lyra or with Mistress Fey were to run towards Lyra, that would change how the frightened works. But at present, you can move closer. It's not going to change anything here. What does she want to do with her actual action?
She's going to scream. Yeah, she's going to scream at Mistress Fey to run towards her. And
does she want to cast a spell?
And yeah, she's going to cast Fire Wave. Let's see. 10-foot radius damage to each creature caught in the wave. Personal saving throw. Failed 16 or 3d10 fire damage. And it's pushed back 10 feet. And if it saves, takes half damage. And it's not pushed back.
Roll a percentile. Over 50%, it's within that range.
So D100?
Yes. What's the damage from it? And is this fire damage?
It is, and it's 3d10 fire damage.
Gotcha. Let me get that damage rolled. No reason to give a language to a sidekick, but both of you are going to hear a horrific language being spoken as it kind of looks in the direction of Lyra. It is going to pounce once again onto Mistress Faye. The beard with a 17, I think that is a miss. What is your AC?
17.
And then the 21 will definitely hit. It is going to deal 6 piercing damage to you from the beard, and I need a Constitution saving throw. And then 6 slashing damage to you, and I need a Constitution saving throw for that one as well.
Okay, for the Constitution saving throw, I want to use my reaction of Stone's endurance to reduce that damage by 1d12 plus 3.
Which one of them?
The slash.
Both of them were pretty low damage. It's the slashing damage is 5 damage. You're trying to reduce that with Stone's endurance?
Oh, no.
Does it have to be a reaction to an attack? Because if you're close to dying and when you start your turn, you're going to take another D10, but that's still, it's hard to say when is the right time to do it. This thing does a lot of small bits of damage.
Oh yeah, it says as a reaction.
Well, what's the rest of it? As a reaction is just the action.
As a reaction, reduce damage dealt to you by 1d12 plus 3 once per short rest.
Gotcha. So yeah, you could do it to the bleed out, but it's just a question of like that attack right there. The big damage one did 4 damage and one did 6 damage. So you could reduce the 6 damage. That might be worth doing, but it's just the question of if that is it. But you will save on the one that prevents you from healing. I need you to do another one because this thing can make you bleed out multiple times. If you fail another one against the glaive, you have 2 gaping wounds that are dealing a D10 at the start of your turn. That's the one that you can do a medicine check to try to stop yourself from bleeding out, but it's there until you do that.
Okay, so I need to do the con save right now, right?
Indeed, yes. So you'll have a second of those. At the start of your turn, you'll take 16, so you can reduce that 10 by a d12 plus, you said 3? So you'll take a total of 8 damage as you bleed out from those last 2 attacks. So while he's going over this and we're at the like kind of start of his turn, what are you guys thinking as Lyra and Mistress Faye never showed up? They walked through a door and you guys have your entire party here. It's now 15 seconds, 20 seconds. You're like looking around like what's going on? What is Fenn? What is Brennick? What are you guys thinking?
Why did she go to another door?
I'm not sure. I thought I proved earlier today that splitting the party was a bad idea.
Must have. I thought it was Cativax, perhaps. I guess he wouldn't have heard because Braddock had already gone through when he heard when she said the name.
The others could have shared it with you, but yeah, you would basically understand. Like, yeah, she said the wrong name.
So I mean, Brannick is. We'd have, even if we try to go find her, there's no idea what she's facing or if she's even still alive. And we don't hear. Do we hear? We don't hear any signs of
utter silence. The area that is between those doors and where you arrived is non-spatial. From your perspective, all of you guys stepped into the darkness and immediately came out into this room with this solar system. From her perspective, she stepped into a hallway, and that hallway seems to just be a maze that goes on forever. So I'm going to come back to you guys after like another round here, because we're getting to the point where I think Mistress Faye is in severe danger, and you guys kind of have to figure out what you're going to do here, including her. This is potentially where we could stop and leave this hanging across the week, or it's potentially where we could actually come to a conclusion and end things right after this. But this is one of those things where I think this is a game stopper. It's just kind of up to you guys. Do you want a week to try to think of a solution, or do you guys want to end it now prior to that week?
So Brannick thought maybe if we go to the door and speak the correct name and walk through, maybe we'll find her. But he's not. Brannick doesn't want to intentionally say the wrong name because he has no idea what happens.
Fenn is in agreement with that statement.
Rashad, what are you thinking here, sir?
I can't see, so I can't cast. I couldn't cast Misty Step to actually get close to Lyra. So my thing is, I was trying to run, but I'm chained to the ground, so I honestly don't have a.
Your movement is not restrained. If you are still conscious after taking that 8 damage, you're fine. You know where Lyra is. That is at least the start of an escape.
Well, yeah, that was like my only that is my only option right now is to try to run towards Lyra. But other than that, I don't really have a plan.
Oh, fuck, I played that spell wrong. Dragon's Roar is for a single turn, which definitely changes how we played like the actual tree ant battle. And it does have to dash the first turn. So this turn, I'm going to dash with it because it has to kind of make up for that. But next turn, it's going to come back for you. So you're moving for Lyra. Lyra also doesn't know where the door is. If you guys want to move as two, let me get a roll. And this is basically, you can do a D100, and I think 1/8 is a 12% chance. You need a 12 or less. Holy shit. So yeah, I'm going to call that by basically the end of your movements for the two of your characters, you found the door. You do need to... Yeah, I mean, start of her turn, she's still going to bleed out. Take another D10. So you'll take another 4 here. This technically should have happened prior to you getting inflicted with that second wound. But at the next start of your next turn, how many hit points do you have left on Mistress Faye?
After taking this 10.
That 4 right there.
8.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that the start of your next turn, you're going down, if not simply this turn. Because there's no reason that I won't be able to get to you with this thing. No, it has to dash to get back to you, because it had to dash. So you'll have another turn free. Start of this turn, you're going to take 2 more D10. You need this to be below 8 damage. You're going to go unconscious on the start of your turn. But Lyra can drag you out. And you'll be on the other side of that door with Mistress Faye unconscious. Takes her movement to drag you out. She can do a medicine check for you. Roll a medicine check with your sidekick. Just a straight D10, you need an 11 or better. Or a straight D20, you need an 11 or better. You're stabilized. Do you want to walk through the necromancy door again?
No, I'm good.
All right. At the start of your next turn, as you're stabilizing her, you're going to see as what is it? That's the token of Lyra? Yeah, Lyra brings you out of that room. I don't know if there's not a reason that it wouldn't try to kill you. It has 2 vicious wounds on you that I think you're still going to bleed out from. I think it's just going to try to kill Lyra. Get 2 for 1. Yeah, it's going to move right over you and go for Lyra. You guys can see it, so it no longer has advantage over you. But it's going to attack her with the beard. 10's probably going to miss. And then... Ooh, that's really questionable. I still think attacking it. 11. What's her AC?
For Lyra?
For Lyra, yep.
13.
You are going to lose 2 death saving throws with Mistress Faye. What would Lyra like to do?
Oh, did the stabilization not...
She is stabilized, but she still has those gaping wounds. At the start of her turn, she has 2 wounds that are a D10 damage. They need a medicine check to staunch them.
Gotcha. So would it have made more sense with that first medicine check to try to staunch one of the wounds rather than stabilize her?
That's a guaranteed fail versus the potential fail, but it's a higher DC.
Oh, okay.
So it might. It's not necessarily a bad idea. That could be a failure on my part for not bringing it back up to you. I told you the DC at the start of things. Yeah, let's go for it. Roll a D20 for her death saving throw. You are not stabilized, but you'll only lose one death saving throw as Lyra can staunch one of those bleeds, one of the arterial bleeds. But this is a death saving throw from Mistress Faye. If you roll a 1, she's outright dead. You roll a 20, she'll be back up to full, or back up to 1. Gotcha. So it's back to Lyra. You can try to fight this creature. You can try to staunch that other wound. Or you can try to do a medicine check to stabilize Mistress Faye. Those are your 3 real choices right now.
I'm going to stabilize Mistress Faye.
All right, this is back to that same question. Do you want to stabilize her, or do you want to go for staunching that wound?
Oh, that's right. No, I'm gonna staunch that wound. Because she only had the 2, right?
Yeah, you've already got 2 death saves failed. She's automatically dead if that wound is not staunched.
Then yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and staunch that wound.
Need a 12 or higher. Mistress Faye will pass beyond.
It's about how long has it been on our end?
I've got it as like 8 rounds or so of combat. So you're looking at like 40 or so seconds have passed.
Okay. Now, as they came out of here, did would the Magian have, or I guess no, he only responds to orders, right? It wouldn't be able to take upon itself attacking this thing. But would maybe Brannick have any sense, like as they emerge out back into?
Roll a insight check. No, my bad. Not an insight check like with you. Roll, what is it? Insight is wisdom. Roll a wisdom ability check with the Magian. Trying to say roll a d20 and then let me know what its wisdom modifier is.
Straight. So just an 8.
Yeah, I'd say at this point, it's not really jumping to any conclusions here. Your instruction was to hold here.
Yeah, basically keep an eye on the hall. I didn't. It's basically he didn't give a very good instruction, so it's on me.
I'm trying to think though, what did you actually say when it didn't matter at all? Was it keep an eye on the hall?
I think that's what I said. Yeah, I don't recall exactly how I worded it.
Let me just all around grab initiative here. Shad, will you roll initiative with Lyra? Yeah, I'd say end of your turn, Brennick. it's going to basically kind of inform you. With like this idea, keep an eye on this hall. And it will basically inform you, like, something to the effect of, like, your friends have returned. They're bloody.
Okay.
So you can't yet pass that on to Fenn. We're going to hold off on Fenn being able to affect it. But it will come to you to be able to share that potentially before Lyra. Yeah, I feel like that's a middle ground of it. I think you said 13 was Lyra's AC, so the chain is going to latch into her as its beard kind of extends out into like this massive chains, and they all start to come down from all around you and stabbing into your arms and starting to pull you out as if you're being drawn and quartered. I need her to make 2 Constitution saving throws. The first one is against a DC 6, not to lose a wound. The second one is for that poison condition that makes it so she cannot be healed. So she will take a wound. She'll be down to 6 wounds. And then this one doesn't really matter as much, but she can't be healed at present. The glaive missed as it slashes down with this massive, just huge, like horrific chunk of steel. It doesn't look like a blade. It looks like a chunk of mangled steel has been put on the end of a staff. And it's just coated in blood. Quite horrific. This creature, again, like actually, this is the first time you're really seeing it. This creature is an absolutely red-fleshed being with massive horns that stick up out of its head, and it has this crazy huge beard that is not in the least bit made of hair. It is all made of chains, and at the end of each chain, there's a flesh hook. And you can just see that at any given point, it has like 6 or 8 of these flesh hooks kind of like reaching out into the air around it. And we're going to go to Brennick. Start of your turn. What would you like to do? As the Magian has let you know, you guys have friends on the opposite side of this hall.
Yeah, so Brennick is going to kind of turn to Fenn. It's like back in the hallway, bloody. Something's wrong. And he is going to move to go back through the door. Kind of like taking it all in, seeing this creature backing away a bit more. But he is going to, I think instinctively, he's going to throw out a 4th level magic missile at the creature.
Gotcha. I believe that is 66 plus 6. Or 64, my bad. My bad. What was that last D6 for?
The Magian to see if it got static discharge back.
Gotcha. So it does have static discharge. From what you can see of this room, Lyra is the only creature alive. She is impaled by a few of these flesh hooks, and her limbs are being kind of drawn away from her as she's kind of like being brought up into the air in front of this creature. But yeah, you could certainly get a blast line to shoot that off at this creature.
So Brennick will order the Magian to attack that creature. So it's gonna move to try to wants a line that will not hit Lyra, and then we'll go ahead and unleash its static discharge. It's a DC 14.
Dexterity?
Oh, sorry, yes. Yep.
Yeah, so it's going to be able to kind of like feel the like build of static, and as the Magin starts to release this line of electricity, galvanized, that's what it is. Galvanized has got to be static attaching metal. So as it starts to like form this like static field, the bearded devil is going to turn around and kind of looking towards it, like in the last moment, just dodge out of the line, and it will take, what is that, 14?
14 would be half, yeah.
And it's going to go to you, Lyra. This creature is certainly bloodied. It is certainly showing signs of being injured. I would go so far as to say it seems mortally wounded.
She's going to cast another fire wave.
Don't even bother rolling. Now that you can see, fire has no effect on this creature. It's kind of the worst part about you using 2 fire spells against it while you were completely blind, as you can't see that it does nothing. Any movement or otherwise from Lyra?
Nah, she's not gonna have. She's not gonna move at the moment.
Fenn, you've been called to the other side and the aid of your friends. What would you like to do?
Gonna move in, and I am going to sword and an unarmed strike, and I'm gonna apply a stunning strike. Actually, no, I'm just gonna do flurry of blows for.
Gotcha. Again, this thing's mortally wounded. You'll see that pretty quick running up on it. You're welcome to attack it because you're not familiar with it to lay the flurry down, but just so you remember. I don't think it can last through 4 attacks from you. And yeah, that first one's going to be what it takes to end it. But yeah, the Nat 1 inspiration would do a lot for you this session here, Fenn. You've rolled quite a few of those. So yeah, that's going to end this creature. We are going to pick up next week with the progression forward from this point. I'm going to remind you guys, you got the name of the divination wizard through very, very effective means. That was one of those things where I didn't want to tell you not to do something. There were a few little clues that it was a risky move. But you guys also now learn part of the cost of going into this tower when you don't belong. These bearded devils are not necessarily dangerous on their own, but when you are completely blind, they are supremely powerful.